subscribers, looks like. What am I up to now? Oh, 933. Slowly, about 1 or 2 new subs per day. Keep it going. Alright, I am in Liberal, Kansas. Gotta name my stream. And this section is only gonna go to Emporia. Or possibly Emporia. I might stop later, but tentatively Emporia. So I'll probably head to I don't know if I want to shower on my 30-minute break or maybe force myself to stop at the Pilot in Des Moines later. Alright, let's see when this is going to update. Alright, now it's updated. Streaming publicly now. Again, I'm on my way to Belvedere, Illinois. This is for anybody who watches later, picks up. I'm in Liberal, Kansas. Be heading across US 54. A couple options here. Hey, what's up, James? Yeah, I'm kind of going over recorded stuff too, that way, or well, what will be recorded for other people who might watch later. But I'm in Liberal, Kansas at the Loves. Yeah, those of you guys who were on here watching my stream yesterday already know that, like you, James, I think. On my way to Belvedere, Illinois, which is up off of over by, not far from where I-39 and I-90 meet up in western Illinois. This route, I have a couple options. This half of today's shift actually have a, hey, how's it going? Gave me with $4. Have a couple of options to take for routing. One is to take US 54 straight across over to Wichita and then get on I-35 right there in Wichita. Gonna have traffic, probably have lights and stuff, and I don't know if they still have the detour stuff for construction over there. Given the time of day that I'll probably end up going through there, I'm not too inclined to want to go that way. So I'll probably go from take 54 across. Yeah, this guy's set up a little bit horribly. I don't know what spot he's going for, but I was just kind of, I think he's trying to go in between the white Freightliner and the silver International, but now the way he's rotating makes me think he's going to go right into the International. No, you got no chance, dude. What is this guy doing? Set yourself up better. The tandems are way too far away from that white Freightliner. Yeah, they are pretty far back, aren't they? They're not all the way back, but they're definitely past 40 feet, which is not a big deal. It's but he's not rotating very well, and his tandems were practically in front of the International. Looks like he's in better shape now, though. Just to give you guys something to watch. I'm not looking for an accident to happen, and I don't think one's going to happen now. He's in a lot better shape now. And I wouldn't be filming this just for the sake of getting accidents. Yeah, I'd be out there trying to stop him or blowing my air horn or whatever if I see that he's getting ready to hit something. That's the problem. There are a bunch of assholes out on the internet now who all they do is, I think he's okay. And then you guys can see. I'll leave it facing him right now for now until he's, I guess, in there. He's got a really nice angle, actually. See, his trailer's at a pretty good. See, he got out and left. Okay, that's another plus. Nothing wrong with that. I don't think he was really in a position where it was really necessary to get out and look, but it can't be too safe. You got to praise him for that. I can tell by his trailer position from over here and the angle that his trailer's at that he's going to be fine. He just needs to rotate the trailer more. Now, see, his tandems are maybe a little bit off toward the blind side. That's why I think he's resetting himself. Okay, now his tandems are going to be way out in the lane, which will make it a little more. It could make it a little more difficult depending on what the end of the row looks like. I don't know yet. I don't know where he's at in relation to the truck at the end of my row. But see, he basically reset himself to try to get his tandems more toward the sight side. So I'm saying nothing wrong with that. He's being safe. I'm not sure. He's either tired or not that great at backing, whatever the case. I don't know. It's 4:35 in the morning though. Yeah, he's good. I can tell from his tandem position and his trailer angle, he's more than fine now. Actually, he's starting to rotate toward the sight side truck, if anything. So he's going to need to take out some of his... yeah, see, his trailer's starting to rotate toward the guy in his... What is this guy doing? His tandems are way over on the sight side now. He overcompensated, basically. Now he's got to go hard... he's got to go forward and right. Okay, now I see he's correcting that way, yeah. Now he's going to hard left and backward to chase the trailer down to try to keep it from going so heavily toward the sight side guy. Yeah, see, he's still heavy on the rotation there. His drive tires are way past the center line of his spot. Any chance he can to get his, to straighten out right there, see? Yeah, like he's doing now. Hard right and forward. And then hard left and backward. And then hard right and forward again will probably be necessary as well, again. Because the back of his trailer is going to end up too heavy. See, yeah, just like I was saying. So he has an idea of what he's doing, I can tell. He might just be a tired driver trying to get into a spot. It doesn't matter how good, how experienced you are, how good you are at backing. He's just pulling into here now. It tells me he's probably, probably a nighttime driver and he's tired and wants to take a nap or something. Maybe even done with his shift, who knows. But very common to see that. So... and that's one of those, don't think that just because you're an experienced driver that you're never going to look as bad as he kind of seems to look there. Because like I said, it doesn't matter. You can have 30 plus years of experience and be the greatest backer in the world. There are times you're going to look like that guy right there, or even worse, just because you're tired and making stupid mental mistakes. That's the big problem with driving fatigued. That's why I try not to be on the road too, when I'm too far into, I don't want to be in a late stage fatigue, when it's time, when I'm getting off the road. I'd rather be, if I'm going to be getting tired and getting off the road, I'd rather be in kind of the medium stage, not where I'm damn near falling asleep and have to deal with that kind of pain in the butt. Alright, anyway, going back to my story here. I said I can either take 54 straight across to Wichita and get on 35, or in this case what I'm going to do is, because it's 4:36 and I plan, Emporia is 290 miles from here, so a little over, I'd say about 4.5 hour drive, so about 9 a.m. and that would put me in Wichita probably around 7:38, probably 8ish. Yeah, Thursday morning, 8 a.m. and dealing with traffic and lights and stuff, I'll say no. So I'll take the more remote route, or the more rural route, I should say. I'm going to take 54 across to Pratt, Kansas, which is in between here and Wichita. And then take K61 up from there to Hutchinson, and then US 50 across, I think through, what is that, Newton? Is that Newton? No, it's not Newton. Is that Newton? I forget. Where it runs into Interstate 135. I'll be on 135 for just a couple miles, and then I'll get back off and continue east on 50. That'll take me over to What's that town called with an F? I forget. But anyway, it ends up in Emporia, Kansas. Right, it goes right by the Flying J. It's a good halfway point too. So I'll probably stop there for my 30. I don't know for sure because I'm going to take a shower sometime today. I just don't know if I'm going to do it during my 30 or if I'm going to just go ahead and get all the way up in Des Moines and or to one of the pilots east of Des Moines and take it there. Because somewhere in the Des Moines area is what I do expect to get to. Found out that Des Moines is the pilot right there in Clive, Des Moines, whatever you want to call it over there, is not far over 600 miles if I remember right. So that's the tentative plan for the shift. This stream here will just cover up until whenever I do my 30-minute break though. So. Alright, we'll get rolling here, get turned around. Gonna have some hours of darkness here, unfortunately, but yeah, a couple more hours. About half of this stream will probably be dark, and half of it will probably be sunlight, if I had to guess. Yeah, James, you're familiar with that route, I know, because you said you used to live in Hutchinson, if I remember right. Alright, let's get out of here. Now, the guy backing though, I like. Of course, you guys know I like to focus on backing videos, whether it's myself or anybody else. Anything that can be educational for a newer driver, I'm all for. Okay, this guy's going to try and get in, but I can't tell what... I got to wait on the SUV behind him to go by first before I can go by, though. Coming out here outside the lane so I can get my tandems away from his area as quickly as I can. I'm going to come back and meet the tandems in the middle of the lane. If I feel like I might be okay, but I still have like a little bit of question, and those are the situations where I'll definitely get out and look. And usually in back-to-back parking situations where there's someone behind me already, it's almost always a get out and look situation for me. It can be really hard to judge where exactly the back of the trailer really is in relation, to what you see in the mirror. He did look like he was a little bit toward the blind side of his spot, but his trailer angle looked like it was not far from being squared up with the hole. I mean, he was still pointing toward the International, but a little more rotation of his tractor would have had him lined up better. But I think it was a good thing that he did, because me personally, I wouldn't have wanted to go into a spot with my, even if I can angle it back, I wouldn't want to have to go into it like that. I would have reset as well. The main detail I tend to look at is how far away from the, I'm really concerned about where that blind side corner of my trailer is at. Both the trailer angle relative to the spot and my tractor angle relative to the trailer, they give me a lot of important clues. You're a driver too, so you know this stuff, but anybody else who watches, who's, maybe isn't a trucker, or maybe is one who's newer or something, and because like I said, a lot of people come to my page for the backing videos. Alright, the weigh station is mention spread axle though, because yeah, that's another thing that we can provide insight into for other people watching. When you have a spread axle, your pivot point sometimes changes from the rear axle to the front axle or vice versa, depending on, it can depend on what how heavy and how your load is arranged, as well as what kind of off track you have from the trailer. I sometimes watch spread axle trucks back, and I do sometimes see the pivot point change. And you can clearly see which one's the pivot. But axle or tandems, which can have impact we have on the back end of our tandems. So the further forward your tandem, and any kind of the greater your angle is, even though mine are not on. Nice. And you have to accommodate for that, or account for that, and use more, as I call it, horizontal space. And the reason I say it is, if you imagine the spot you're trying to get into, if you look at an overhead view of your spot that you're trying to get into, like just imagine you're like in a drone or looking from a bird's eye view or something. Let's say your desired spot is at the bottom of the frame. Okay, the space going across the lane, I call it the vertical space. So basically, from your spot going across the lane to the guy parked across the lane from you, that's called vertical space. And then the space going from your spot to the left in a side-side situation, I call that horizontal. Because if you're looking at it from a bird's eye perspective, and with your spot oriented on the bottom of the frame, of the view, whatever, that's exactly what it'll look like. And I always tell people when they're learning how to back, use as much vertical space as you have available to work with. Don't leave that space wasted. You don't necessarily need to get right up to jam yourself up on the trucks across the lane from you or whatever else might be over there. But the more you use that space effectively, the more you get the trailer rotated at a closer to the same angle as the desired spot as possible before you even start to back up. The more straight the trailer's angle is relative to the spot, the easier time you'll have getting in. And I also tell people the more vertical space you have to work with, the less horizontal space you need. And then the less vertical space, or basically the more narrow the lane is to work with, the more horizontal space you're going to need for your setup. Having you on here, Warbacks. You have experience, but you ask a lot of good questions that can definitely help out other drivers who or other people who are watching who might find this information useful. And then you also have insights from your own experiences that help. We got our UK connection here now. Ice and Tom, welcome back. God, I'm east of Liberal. I haven't been on the road that long. I'm getting into Kismet, Kansas right now. Kismet. Eastbound on US 54. 16 miles east of where I started in Liberal. Yeah, Warbucks, it can be a more laid back lifestyle. A lot of it's not for everybody. Some people would rather like when you do more all flatbed. That's a more that requires more labor, I guess, and because you got to tarp loads and stuff, and things like that. And then the backing is not always as precise. At least the need to have that precision backing is not as strong, I should say. Not to say you guys can't back, or that you don't have situations that you don't need that you don't need that precision, but I'm sure there are a lot of cases that where you might back up and don't have to worry too much about it being quite perfect. Reefer, because we always dock into dock doors. Some of them can be really tight. You definitely got to have you can never have too much backing practice with as a door swinger. Frozen tarps and straps are oversized. Oh yeah. Never done flatbed work. Seems like hard work though, yeah. But even on reefer though, there are areas where you actually can do more labor. Like if you, let's just say you want to keep in shape or something, and want to actually do like lifting and stuff, and keep and get some form of a workout regularly. In fact, one of my trainees, who's it was actually I would say he was probably the best trainee I ever had. Arguably so. I had several really good trainees, but he was, I would say he stood out for sure. He's actually the same guy who recorded that double blindside backing video that I did. That's my most that's my #1 viewed video. He was the trainee who was filming that one. 45s. Oh, no, it's not. That's only been flashing. Anyway. Yeah, he didn't stay with England very long. He only stayed about maybe 4 months, and he just decided he wasn't making enough money, and he wanted to go do something else. He ended up going to Werner and got in their Family Dollar or whatever it's called account. That's reefer freight too, if I recall. Yeah. Or no, maybe not. No, that's not reefer. But there is actually labor involved with it, because he has to, it's not. He goes to different stores, and they have to set up this conveyor belt system, and he has to grab boxes, from inside his trailer and put them on a conveyor belt, so they slide down to where the store staff are at. I'm getting into Meade County now. So it helps keep him in shape. He likes to exercise and all, and it actually is a good fit for him. I only had maybe a year or so of experience myself when I trained him. Yeah, so he's got probably about 3 years of experience now, and at least 2.5 of that has all been in that same fleet with Werner. I was on reefers. I was in the back of the truck at every drop. Pellets were a ton each. Okay, now here, when we do pickup, a lot of our pickups and deliveries, we're not even allowed on the docks. Produce loads are more apt to allow us on there, because they know that a lot of our most trucking companies will require want drivers to be on the dock pulping the loads as they go in. So what I would do, every other pallet, basically every other set of pallets that goes inside the trailer, I might be on the dock, and I'll pulp the second pallet of each pair of, or the second row of each pair of rows. And make sure it's within the right temp range, and then so if they put anything in there that's outside your temp range, then it's that could be a problem. You know, you get to the other end, and it's possible the customer might, the receiver might reject it. Meat loads, though, I don't usually, we don't pulp those, and most of the time they're dropping it up, they're already loaded by the time we even see them. Half the time they're even, a lot of times even sealed before we ever see them. Not always, but a lot of cases they're we might have a chance to put load locks on there behind the back pallet, but even then it's not always the case. This other one, this one here, maybe. Now, I don't remember the name of this town. I know Kismet was the last one I went through. I know this is not Meade. I think Meade is 13 miles away from here. I didn't see anything saying what the name of this town was. It's the one that's in between Kismet and Meade, though, I'll tell you that. Most of my drops didn't have socks. Retailers. Alright, back up to 65 we go. I couldn't read what those said too well. I know something that was 14 miles away and something else was 17 miles away, I think. Couldn't figure out what the words were because the mud or snow or whatever the hell it is on the sign made it too hard to read. Sublet to okay, I'm at US 160 now. Now 54 and 160 run concurrently. Meade is 13 miles, Mineola 35. Surprised all the way from Tucumcari all the way to Liberal. The entire time I was on that stretch, I only saw one single CRST truck. Usually I come through this area and there's always a ton of CRST trucks coming through here. Figure out where companies' big freight lanes are. Where do you see them most predominantly? It doesn't necessarily mean that's where a good home time place is, though. It could just mean it's just the common route from one customer to another, or where their main customer base is to another big customer base. And that's a misunderstanding that a lot of people new to the trucking industry have is, you know, when they're trying to figure out what trucking company to go to. You know, maybe even with who to start with. Actually, I had this conversation with Jimmy Boy FL the other day, or not too long ago. You know, or a company that might be, that someone else might say is bad for them, won't necessarily be bad for another person, and vice versa. What might be good for one driver might not be good for another driver. And so, like I was telling Jamie, if he values home time and he wants to do his home time in Florida, he needs to find a company that does a lot of freight in Florida, and particularly that does a lot of deliveries in Florida, but particularly, especially his area of Florida, if possible. So, like for me, JCT is it's an awesome fit for my needs for home time, because we have a ton of deliveries we make all throughout Southern Cal. And being that I live in Victorville, which is only about 40 miles away from Colton, where we do a lot of our stuff at, both pickups and deliveries, or in general. Now, even if I'm in the LA area, if I'm done with my shift, I can usually just PC back to my house from there and take my break at home. And I can also take my break at home on my way into the area to make my delivery. So, for that aspect, JCT is great. Beyond perfect for my needs. But there are other areas where they don't have such a strong freight lane, or they don't have much. A friend of mine, actually, Andy in Rizzo. Rizzo, whatever. I don't know what he goes. I forget what he goes by here on YouTube, but it's Andy. He lives in Michigan, the Western Lower Peninsula. And he used to drive for us. His biggest complaint that he always had was, it was always very difficult for him to get home when he needed to be, and most of the time, if it was just any kind of ordinary time off, he didn't care. But when he had dental or medical appointments to go to and had to be there on a specific date and a specific time, it was very difficult, because we just don't have a lot of loads going into that area. When we do have loads, they're not nearly as abundant as they are in, with loads going into Southern Cal. So it made it more tricky for the DM and planners to get them home not just get them home, but also get them home when he needed to. He's got to manage his clocking away where he can get. He does have the hours to handle a load that'll get him there, or they have to get him somewhere and try to get a swap. The other driver has the right to veto the swap. So if the driver with the load that could get him there doesn't want to give up the load, then he's out of luck. Warbucks lives in Kentucky. Good lane to live in trucking jobs. Yeah, and there are probably specific companies that are particularly well suited for you in each area of the trucking industry too. I don't know too much much about the broader Kentucky economy. What kind of industrialization they have, like or how diverse it is. So yeah, definitely something that'd be a lot more your area of expertise since you're from there. Is not a very forgiving job. And they always had with, the last last few years, you always hear about they're screaming for drivers. Yeah, they don't have enough drivers on the road. That's because now there's more to that though. I want to get into the whole economic situation there. Okay, so we had a growing economy already. And then, so it was naturally going to be growing regardless. But now, when Trump started levying tariffs against Chinese imports, what it did was it kind of created shockwaves. The broader economy was just doing what it was going to do already, but instead of moving more smoothly, it went in ripples. Instead. So what happened was, shippers, or actually manufacturers, mid-level manufacturers, started to buy up as many supplies as they could of the whatever they needed to make whatever goods they produce. They tried to buy up as much as they could before the tariffs actually kicked in. So they wouldn't have to pay as much because they were anticipating having to pay more for their supplies once the tariffs kicked in. So what happens there, it creates a surge in demand. And when there's a surge in demand for supplies, there's also a surge in demand for trucks to transport those supplies from the raw material providers to the manufacturers. Once they have all their supplies, let's just say you want to, it's kind of like front end loading, really. Let's just say you have, I'm coming up on this next town here. This is not meat, is it? It looks like meat, perhaps. Yeah. I think it might be meat if I remember right. Okay, so let's just say you, maybe normally it would do 100 units per month of supplies that you need. So it'd be 1,200 units per year. Okay, so tariffs are about to kick in and you need supplies, but you don't want to be paying... Now, let's just say you can get those units for, let's just say $10 a pop. Those first 100 units, those first couple months there, 100 units at $10 a pop, that's $1,000 you're paying for your supplies. But once the tariffs kick in, maybe it raises your price up to $20 per unit. So if you stay at your normal supply pace, what happens is you end up paying $2,000 instead of $1,000 for your supplies during the time that the tariffs are in effect. So what happened is these customers or these manufacturers, instead of buying, let's just say 100 units in this example, they might buy 300 or something like that, 300 or 400 at a time, and then they'll front end load. So they might, within a 5-month period, have all of the 2,000, actually, if I wanted to do 1,200 units, or 1,200, 100 per thing. Okay, if I remember, it drops down to 25 right here. All right, so 1,200 units. You might, if you know that tariffs are going to kick in, you might instead spend buy all 1,200 of those in 400 unit lots in over a 3-month period instead of 100 units in over a 12-month period. So it creates a surge. You still have the supplies you need to keep the end user, you know, Joe Public, their needs met. But what happens is now you create a big surge on the top end. You know, so the raw materials providers now have to try to keep up with the demand, so they have to increase their production and increase their employment and all that to keep that going. But then once the manufacturers have all the supplies they need and no longer buying them for the rest of the year, what happens to the raw material guys? Now they have, now it goes the opposite direction. You have no demand, or a lot less. So now you got to get rid of some of your employees, and you aren't producing as much, and your profitability goes down. So it creates a shockwave, as I call it, you know, a ripple effect. You know, the broader economy was just, you know, was moving just fine as it was, and it was continuing to move fine, but the tariffs create ripples like that. And it's hard for, you know, and especially when manufacturers tend to have supply contracts that are usually for 1, 2, 3, or whatever number of years at a time. You know, they have to factor that in, so they might do shorter term contract, or they'll wait until the last minute to do a contract, or they'll look for an alternate source to do a contract with for their supplies, you know, to try to stem the amount of increased costs that they're going to incur. So I'm not going to say I'm pro or anti-Trump tariffs. That's for everybody to decide on their own and for their own reasons. I'm just saying this is what it is. I'm not going to give an opinion on whether I like it or don't like it. But it's my intent here is to just give a better understanding of economics. And that's basically what was going on there, though. And once the supply, okay, Fowler's 10 miles away, Greensburg is 61. Now, of course, once the demand on the, you know, from the, you know, the upstream, you know, the A to B, as they call it, you know, A being the raw material providers, and then B being the manufacturers who need those raw materials to create their goods, and then C being the end users, basically. The A to B link, once it slows down suddenly, and that's a key part of the trucking industry too. Now, then the trucking industry is also going to slow down. That's what caused the freight rates to drop as well. And so now, at one point, you had couldn't get enough drivers, couldn't get enough trucks or enough drivers on the road to keep up with demand. And now, it turns around and goes to where there are too many trucks and too many drivers. Well, then once it comes back to, it'll normalize, it'll stabilize back out to where, yeah, it'll grow again, but it'll probably overcorrect to the bottom side first, and then it'll correct back up to normal, and then follow the normal trend back upward. Says in America, Tom wants I missed that. I've seen a lot of longer stuff. I'll probably catch up on what all you guys are talking about later on. I can look at more simple stuff because it only takes half a second to take a quick look and see exactly what was said. But longer stuff I'm seeing, it takes more time away from the road, and time I don't want to take away from the road. As long as you guys hang out long enough, I'll get to you guys later when I stop and cover that anyway. else in here. It has nothing to do with my phone. That's a required distraction. I tend to not. Well, if it's my mirrors, I tend to look longer in them because for different reasons, depending on what I'm doing. But like if I'm standing gauges, like okay, I have like 8 gauges right here on my center instrument panel, on my main instrument panel. So like I have my coolant temperature gauge up on the top left, and right below it I have the depth gauge. Below that I have my tractor fuel gauge. Then of course I have my tachometer or the RPM meter for some of you guys, and then the speedometer. And then on the right side I have my oil pressure, and then my primary and secondary air pressures. Okay, now I need to check on those every so often, at regular intervals. But I'm not going to spend much time looking at them. I'll look at it. I might, and I'm not going to sit here and spend spend like 5 seconds looking at the entire panel at one time. So one time, when I'm looking, I might take a quick look at my oil pressure, make sure it's still normal, and then go back to looking at the road. What's happening? Yeah, bite him. Bite him. Bite that son of a bitch. Yeah, it sounds like your boss is yelling at you, man. You want me to let you go? What's going on with it? Oh, damn. It kind of made me wonder because I've had similar problem before, but my mom or it's like intermittent, whatever. Sometimes it wants to start, sometimes it won't, and it would always turn out it's that big ass nut on the back, on the front end of my ignition switch itself. Like it would come loose, and then it. Yeah, I don't blame you. Because it gets you to where you can't trust it, and you end up feeling like you have to idle your truck all the time because you're afraid you won't be able to get it to restart, right? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Well, you were saying you were running up at like 15 volts or some shit, right? Okay. Oh, okay. And and then you guys are flying down to Florida, if I remember right. Ah, okay. So when do you fly down? Ah, okay. Yeah, I always laugh about those kind of flights because I had one like that myself. When I was coming back from Italy. I remember, I think it was a Delta flight. Yeah, I went from Atlanta over to Phoenix, and then from Phoenix down to Tucson, and of course flying, taking off south or no, I can't remember which direction we took off out of Phoenix. I think westbound, and pretty much went straight toward Tucson, and was already practically lined up with the runway on the way in. Super, yeah, it was like a 12-minute flight. Yeah, yeah. You said yesterday you guys are gonna go on a cruise while you're out too. Where are you gonna head out to? That's cool. Is that a Caribbean cruise or going somewhere else? Sounds like you already have experience with Key West then. No wonder you don't like the place. What, did it involve alcohol? Okay. Okay. Cozumel. I'm trying to remember. It's over like by. Yeah, I thought it was Mexico. Because my a good friend of mine just I think was just there not long ago himself. Oh, okay. And then you said Mayan ruins. Oh yeah. Okay. And then have you? I, I've heard they're pretty good. Oh yeah, I thought I remember seeing on the. I only looked at traffic data and I saw there was some stuff up in that area. Yeah. Oh, okay. From your place over in Michigan. Damn, that's interesting. Damn. Yeah. Was they fall in? It's not from the water level, is it? It's from maybe from the ground. Okay, so I figured. Okay, so that doesn't help the situation, but it's mainly just erosion. That's the problem. Ah, yeah. Always deal with that. Yes. Yeah, that was originally scheduled for 4 a.m. on Friday, but yeah, and I already knew I wasn't going to make it. Yeah, even when I picked the load up, I was like, yeah, I'm running about half an hour to an hour behind schedule as soon as I even picked up the load. But they, yeah, they ended up getting it rescheduled to 2000 instead. I might end up hanging out up in that area because my recaps. I'm not sure yet. I'll have to figure out. So I'm trying to remember. Illinois. That's not. That's Glenn's area, if I remember right. Yeah. So I might have to find out from him or whatever. The 34-hour reset might benefit me or what? Because I'm going to use almost all my hours that I have available to get there, and then I only get like five something back one night, and then four something back the next night. Then I have all good recaps after that. I've, yeah, what's up? Yeah, I remember you saying that. Oh, yeah, it is slow period. So in general, though, have you noticed any trends with freight rates as a whole? I mean, yeah. Oh, okay. I did not know that. And I know the ones that run out of business also always seem to have private equity involvement as well. So they got other people putting their hands in the cookie jar and taking everything they have available. Yeah, they were public, but they had private equity investors involved still, and that's why they went out of business because the private lenders
Um, yeah, they pulled their support once. I think I can't remember what it was. There was somebody. Yeah, yeah. I'm not sure that. I don't think that JCT has any equity investors involved, though, as far as I know. Yeah, I think it's all the. I think it's 100% them. Actually, John Wayne told me that they were 100% family and didn't have anybody put their hands in the cookie jar. Wow. Oh, going good. Man, it's always good for gossip. Man, remember Jameson? Yeah, I'm trying. Since I'm live, I'm trying not to be too descriptive of the person. The guy who ranted a lot and had, always had issues, whatever. Yeah. Holy crap, man. He put some weird post on his Facebook the other day. I'm like, that actually got me a point where, I rant like this, and man, I might just unfriend the guy over that because, and I'm not easily offended, but what he wrote is just kind of, I think, unnecessary. I can't remember. Can't remember what exactly it said, but I seriously had to shake my head. Did he seriously write this publicly? God. And then your old buddy Brian, man, I mean, I'm trying to figure him out. I don't want to pry into his business, but he's constantly posting stuff that makes me think he's suicidal. Yeah, so he's obviously going through some kind of depression thing going on there. No, I don't, because I try not to pry unless he volunteers the info. I try not to, get asked for personal detail stuff like that. Hmm. Oh, yeah, you told me about that one. Yeah. Really? Wow. No wonder. Oops. Yeah, that's a good way to, good case for don't frickin' try to spite people or play games like that with people. The driver or the DM? What I'm not sure what happened. Yeah, I was wondering about that because he just suddenly went quiet, and then I went and looked at his profile, and I'm like, oh, okay, he went over to PLD or something like that. So that had something to do, whatever that was, had something to do with that. Wow. Okay, so I assume then that Brian quit on his own because of that situation, and oh, okay. Oh, that sucks. 'Cause, yeah, I like Brian. He's a good guy. Wow. Uh, yeah, that kind of sucks, man. Because like I say, I like Brian. And it's kind of, I was really wondering what the hell, I mean, why he ended up leaving. Because I noticed that he even updated his profile, showed that on I think February 3rd is when he left JCT and went to PLD. What's that? No, I got my headset on. No, but yeah, I would have told you right off the bat that you're live. And I normally don't unless I already know ahead of time we're going to talk about something that everybody might be interested in hearing and might find useful or whatever. Without, it's mainly just like can't do anything right or whatever. Like he can't be the person he wants to be or something, some shit like that. It seemed like every other day he's posted something new about. Yeah, and I was about to comment on the most recent one and say, man, I don't know what's going on with your situation, but it's like you are who you are. You're nothing more, nothing less. I don't know who's telling you what you're supposed to be, whether it's you or someone else. But if you're not who you think you should be, then all it takes is you to put the effort into changing yourself to be that person you want to be. Nobody else, it's you. But I don't want, I didn't want to. Yeah, I feel like I'm impeding, like getting in, sniffing my nose into his business too much if I start getting involved like that. No, because he's a bit of a private kind of person anyway, and he tends to vent on there and in some cryptic ways, kind of to say it, kind of like my wife sometimes does. Like she'll post stuff on her page. I'm like, I use a lot of times I know what she's talking about because I know what's going on, but other people like, huh? It's, but other times where she'll post something like, even I don't know what the hell she's talking about. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's understandable. Yeah, you would tell me that. Yeah. See, we got another guy there who's been complaining lately. He's got like 20 plus years of experience, but he's figuring out that he's having a very humbling experience trying to be a lease operator, and he's not getting miles and all that, not getting paid, and I guess now his phone bill was, this is like a $300+ phone bill that's gonna get shut off because he can't pay it. So then, I guess his truck's been in the shop a couple times, and it's still in the shop, and I guess he's in a rental, so that's not helping his situation. But get this, people were actually offering to help. Hey, we'll help you. We'll pitch in money to help pay your phone bill, and so it doesn't get cut off. And yeah, I was darn near. I was going to post something myself. Hey, I'd be willing to help you too, but then I was going to put a but. There's the problem. He's posted some other stuff complaining about JCT, and even in one of his comments in that same thread, not the post itself, but a comment under it, he said something that I expected he's going to rant, add fortune, whatever. It just didn't sit well enough with me. I'm like, I don't really want to help this guy, and he already says he's throwing in the towel, basically saying he's just not cut out for lease operating. Uh, Scotty's and YouTube. Yep. He's doing great. He's actually low on his 70-hour clock, from what I understand. He was on my stream last night when I was parked. When I got shut down on Liberal. Yeah. What's that? He what? He didn't engage or what? If I remember, and I think that and Norman dropped out of his truck there. For situation pretty soon. What the hell? International. Is that when you were with Knight or something? Okay, that's what I figured. Because you're in a Volvo right now, and of course we don't have internationals here. Wow, and I'm not going to repeat that method to get into that truck on here. It's probably good security to not let people know about that capability. That's kind of funny that you can even do that though. And was anybody in the fuel island behind you? Yeah, that's what a lot of people do. Yeah, the key that's in my pocket's the only one I have that works on my doors, though, personally, and not too concerned because my doors don't lock when they're open anyway, and I have to either pull the lever while it's open and push the button down, which I never do, or I have to actually get completely out of the truck. Essentially, it's gonna be nice, especially if you get in it. I finally got it emailed to me yesterday. Once I got through streaming and I went in the back and looked at my email, I saw it was in there. Yeah, she sent it like probably not long after, right around the same time I shut down though. I was like, thank God, I finally got it. Now I just gotta um, connect my printer to my tablet and print it up. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Sounds good. All right, I'll talk to you later. Okay. Sounds good. Alright, so that was Andy and Rizzo. He's taking some much needed time off. Much earned, well deserved time off, I'm sure. And about to head down, he's going to be heading down to Florida and then going 8 miles away. Okay, so going back to what I was talking about before that call, I was talking about how distractions of any kind, doesn't matter what they are, limit the time you spend dealing with the distraction before putting your attention back on the road. Second or half second to second, whatever, at my water temp gauge or coolant temp, and look for a normal temp there. And same with my fuel gauges and all that. And my oil temperature gauge also, which is over here on the more in the center area, over more toward my Qualcomm. I'll also glance at it, but I don't look at all of those details all at the same time. So if I look at them all to make sure double, it might take several seconds to take shorter looks at anything. Doesn't matter what it is. It could be your radio, it could be your climate controller, it could be your mirror. Well, the mirrors, kind of another story there, because I advocate taking a little bit longer than most people look in the mirrors. Because if you only glance through them quickly in your mirrors, you cannot effectively judge the speed of the other traffic that you see in there. You have to actually look in the mirror for at least a good second to get a really good idea of whether the traffic you see in your mirror is
Procter & Gamble, Walmart and other U.S. companies are saying about the coronavirus outbreak.
Shut up. Why are you even talking?
That means the economic impact of a global pandemic of these proportions could be much larger than what investors and policymakers have assumed. Could GDP contract 4.5%? Many economists have tried to model the economic consequences of a pandemic. CBO did a study in 2005 and 2006, modeling the impact of a 1918-sized flu pandemic on the economy. They found that a pandemic could produce a short-run impact on the worldwide economy similar in depth and duration to that of an average post-war recession in the United States. Specifically, a severe pandemic could reduce U.S. gross domestic product by about 4.5%, followed by a sharp rebound. The CBO assumed that 90 million people in the U.S. would get sick, and 2 million would die. There would also be demand side effects, with an 80% decline in the arts and entertainment industries and a 67% decline in transportation. Retail and manufacturing would drop 10%. The U.S. wasn't prepared for a flu pandemic then, the CBO said, and it isn't now.
67%.
If a pandemic were to occur in the near term, the options for the United States would be limited to attempts to control the spread of the virus and judicious use of limited medical facilities, personnel, and supplies, the bipartisan agency concluded. In the longer term, more tools are potentially available, including an increased treatment capacity, greater use of vaccines and antiviral drug stockpiles, and possible advances in medical technology. Other simulations of the U.S. and non-U.S. economies have found similar economic impacts, although that research came at an earlier stage of globalization, when our economy was not quite so reliant on far-flung supply chains. Quarantining the economy. Much of the immediate economic impact of a pandemic can be traced to the efforts to contain it rather than from the effects of the disease itself. As we attempt to quarantine those who might spread the disease, we shut down a lot of economic activity. The quarantines might be the only way to slow the spread of COVID-19, but they could also hamper our response. Our healthcare system also relies on vital inputs for medicines, supplies and equipment produced all over the world, including China and other hard-hit Asian economies. And of course we rely on the free flow of thousands of other goods and services. The potential for disaster is sobering. The economies of the world are extraordinarily resilient, yet extraordinarily dependent upon each other in a crisis. Sadly, the things we need most to get us through this: wise leadership, global cooperation, and clear thinking, are harder to find than a surgical mask. More on coronavirus. Opinion: coronavirus, the global economy is much more vulnerable now than during the SARS epidemic. Warren Buffett says don't buy or sell. On the headlines is coronavirus sends stocks plunging. Coronavirus update: 79,339 cases, 2,169 deaths, clusters emerge in Iran and Italy. We want to hear from you. Join the conversation. Comment. Related topics: U.S. economy, Federal Reserve, U.S. politics. Article 296 of 326. 6 suspects with guns, body armor or police arrested 6 suspects, some wearing body armor, following a home invasion robbery in the Spring Valley Ridge community Sunday night. At about 1:51 a.m. on February 23, 2020, officers responded to an unknown problem in the 17,600 block of Fisher Street and were advised that multiple armed suspects had forced their way into the home and a robbery had occurred, officials said. As deputies arrived, the 6 suspects were leaving the location in 3 separate vehicles, 2 Toyota Sienna minivans and a Ford utility van, stated sheriff's officials.
Get all those motherfuckers.
According to a news release, deputies were able to stop the vehicles and take the occupants, some of whom were wearing body armor, into custody. Inside the vehicles and along the path taken by the suspects, deputies recovered several firearms, additional body armor, other weapons, and the cash and money orders taken from the victims. The suspects: Biao Chen, 30, a resident of San Leandro; UK Chen, 33, a resident of San Gabriel; Weidong Li, 27, from San Gabriel; and Jaxi Chen, 20, from Temple City were arrested and booked at High Desert Detention Center for robbery, conspiracy to commit a crime, and carrying a loaded firearm in a public place under suspicious circumstances.
Asians, that's interesting.
Hen Louis, 34, of Redondo Beach, and Duncheng Zheng, 37, of Monterey Park were arrested and booked at High Desert Detention Center for robbery, conspiracy to commit a crime, and carrying a loaded stolen firearm.
Well, often
Anyone
you
with
hear
information about
Asian
this
people getting
investigation
busted
is
and
asked
stuff
to
like
contact
that.
Deputy C. Smith at the Victorville Police Department at 760-241-2911 or Sheriff's Dispatch at 760-956-5001. Callers wishing to remain anonymous are urged to call the WeTip hotline at 1-800-78-CRIME, 27463, or you may leave information on the WeTip website at...
What do you mean you're flying blind? Where are you at now, anyway? You're in California, I'm sure. You got delivery to make this morning? Oh, wait, no, it's, no, that's right. You were going to end yesterday in Tulare or something like that for your load going to Stockton. Nah, you don't need that damn GPS anyway. I don't have a GPS. I've never used GPS. You know that. I just had to give you a hard time about that. You know I'm a GPS hater. Or not a GPS hater, but just don't have a need for it. Okay, that's right. Yeah, I think you said it delivers at like 1 in the morning or something like that up there, right? So you're on your way up to Tulare now, and then you're going to do a 10, and then you'll run it up from Tulare to Stockton, I assume? That's a good practice. What's going on with your GPS anyway? You got one of those problematic Rand McNally's or something? Because I always hear that Rand McNally's, I guess, are more feature-rich than Garmin's or something for truckers, but that they're always problematic and have to get sent back or whatever. Is that what's going on with yours? Just know the route. Okay. So your GPS is working just fine. You just don't need it because you already know where you're going anyway. All right, Tom. We'll talk to you later. About 35 miles to go to Pratt. This is where I'll pick up the Highway 61. Starting to see a little bit of hint of sunrise coming soon. Well, not soon, but it's, yeah, it won't be too far out. I'm starting to see the sky color change to a lighter blue, and then to like some darker tones of orange and red down at the bottom of the horizon. I think within, by the time we get to Pratt, might start getting some sunrise. And the nice thing is, once I get to Pratt and start heading up Highway 61, while the sun is coming up at the low level, I'll be heading more northeast instead of east, so shouldn't have such a problem with the sun being right in my face or in the camera's face either. When we do get to that point.
curious, have you already told your DM that you're going to be starting from Tulare or whatever, and you'll have basically half a shift to work with after you're empty to go pick up a reload if possible? Maybe give them a PTA of maybe 3 or 4 hours after your delivery. That sign, the money shit or whatever on it. Pratt's 31 miles away now. If I remember right, K61 is right about the 140 mile mark. We're just past the 106. 31 to Pratt, but then there's a few miles of Pratt I gotta go through before I get over on the east end of Pratt before I turn left on a 61. Oh, you'll be doing a 34 anyway, okay. So it won't matter. So you'll probably end up dealing with Rich on the weekend. Town of Greensburg. State Fishing Lake. I might possibly be doing a 34 myself after I'm done with this load. I don't know for sure. I might not need one though. It just depends. I'm not sure. I gotta take another look at my recaps when I have what hours. So I know I have. I think I'm getting 8 something back tonight. Oh no, tonight's the one I get 539 back. All right. Why do I have a critical ELD malfunction? Of course. Started earlier. If they'll allow you to, at least. red hue right there at the bottom of the horizon, or at the end of the horizon, whatever. It's pretty cool.
Where did you start at? I remember you saying yesterday you were in Kingman. Did you start in Kingman today or what? I can remember I was talking, you were saying to be about just under 600 mile drive from Kingman to Stockton. That's what I figured. Let's see what the next article I have is.
Article 297 of 326. Deputies respond to Hesperia 7-Eleven for shooting victim, man airlifted, bbng.com. Hesperia, Caleb. bbng.com, a man suffering from a gunshot wound outside a gas station on the 14,500 block of Main Street Monday evening was airlifted. Deputies from the Hesperia Sheriff's Department and emergency personnel from the San Bernardino County Fire Department responded to the 7-Eleven located on Main Street and Maple Avenue at about 6:29 p.m., February 24, 2020.
I know that one.
Upon arrival, a man with a gunshot wound was located and transported by ambulance to a landing zone at Hesperia High School. The shooting victim was then airlifted by a Mercy Air helicopter to an out-of-area trauma center. One witness told BBNG that deputies had the front door of the store and entrance of the parking lot surrounded within minutes of the shooting. There is additional information that indicates there may be another scene on Yucca Street, Sheriff's spokeswoman Cindy Bachman told Victor Valley News. Deputies photographed a dark-colored gray 2002 Ford Explorer that was in the parking lot of the 7-Eleven. A purse, with what appeared to be blood on the bag, was also photographed on the hood of the SUV. There was no suspect information immediately available. To follow updates to this article and more, join our news group on Facebook with over 130,000 members, like our Facebook page, and follow us on Instagram and Twitter. Share this. Tweet. WhatsApp. More. Tags. Hesperia shooting. Article 298 of 326. Family shamed for leaving, disgusting mess, at restaurant table, it is not okay, Fox News. Close. Video. Fox News flash top headlines for Feb. 24. Fox News flash top headlines are here. Check out what's clicking on foxnews.com. Hopefully, this restaurant has some really good bussers. An unidentified family in the UK is being shamed for covering their restaurant booth in food, torn up napkins and other various garbage, and leaving it all for the server to clean up at the end of the night. An image of the aftermath was recently shared to a Facebook group called Spotted Colchester, which allows residents of the area to share images and messages anonymously. According to the post, the picture was taken at a local Harvester, a pub-restaurant chain in the United Kingdom. The photo was submitted with the caption, "I don't care who you are, how often you get to go out to eat, how many kids you've got or how bad your day has been. It is not okay to go out to dinner and walk away from your table, leaving it in a state like this for somebody else to clear up." Bartender posts TikTok video of $9.28 paycheck to highlight importance of tipping. The anonymous resident wrapped up their post with "This is what happened in Harvester, Colchester tonight.
Damn,
The
British
poor young
people.
girl left with this disgusting mess, didn't know where to start." The post has since received over 3,000 comments, with many people expressing sympathy for the restaurant's wait staff. Click here to get the Fox News app. Some selfish people are of the opinion that's their job. It's what they get paid for, wrote one user. Well, let me tell you, it certainly is not. Another commenter who claimed to work in the service industry claims people do this kind of thing all the time. "There's a lot of them about," he said. "The kids run around like it's a playground and you try and dodge them while carrying hot food and drinks." Follow US on Facebook for more Fox lifestyle news. "That is awful," someone else added. "I've seen people do this in McDonald's and it's not kids that leave the mess, it is their parents just up and go." Fox News reached out to representatives for Harvester, but they were not immediately available for comment. Article 299 of 326. Swarm of nearly 40,000 bees in California send 5 to hospital, Fox News. Close. Video. Fox News flash top headlines for Feb. 24. Fox News flash top headlines are here. Check out what's clicking on foxnews.com. A swarm of bees sent 5 people to a California hospital Thursday, including 2 firefighters and a police officer, reports said. Responding to a call about a person with a bee sting, authorities arrived on the scene, only to discover the whole block was covered with an influx of bees, according to Lisa Dadarian, a spokeswoman for the city of Pasadena told the San Gabriel Valley Tribune. First responders saw a large amount of bees about a block long buzzing around both sides of the street, Dadarian told the Los Angeles Times. Arizona man registers bees as emotional support animals. While treating a patient at the scene, one firefighter sustained multiple bee stings, the newspaper reported. Pasadena has seen bee swarms in the past, but nothing to this magnitude, Dadarian said. Meanwhile, a police officer assisting the fire department with crowd and traffic control also was stung multiple times, Pasadena police spokesman Lieutenant Bill Grisafe said. The officer was taken to a local hospital for treatment. The bee sucking sweet honey with a macro. I stopped. Grisafe said there were 4 to 5 officers doing crowd and traffic control at the time of the incident, the Tribune reported. An apiarist who responded to the incident safely removed the hive with an assist from firefighters as he used a ladder truck to reach the colony before spraying carbon dioxide and foam into the nest. He estimated there were 30,000 to 40,000 bees and told authorities the colony consisted of Africanized bees, the Times reported. Click here for the Fox News app. We have firefighters who have been working here for many, many years, and they said this is by far the most bees they've seen at one location, Dadarian said. The hive was lodged in the exterior eaves of a Howard Johnson hotel on Colorado Boulevard between South Bonnie and North Sierra Bonita Avenues, according to Dadarian. Authorities shut down Colorado Boulevard near Pasadena City College for a few hours and urged students, faculty and staff at the college to stay indoors. Article 300 of 326. Idaho girl, 11, brings R-15 rifle to gun legislation hearing, Fox News. Close. Video. Fox News flash top headlines for Feb. 24. Fox News flash top headlines are here. Check out what's clicking on foxnews.com. An 11-year-old girl appeared at a gun legislation hearing in Idaho's capital Monday wearing a loaded R-15 rifle slung over her shoulder. The girl, Bailey Nielsen, was accompanied by her grandfather, Charles Nielsen, who spoke to a House panel at the Idaho State House in support of legislation that would allow visitors to Idaho who can legally possess firearms but not necessarily do to carry a concealed handgun in urban areas. Charles Nielsen, 58, and his 11-year-old granddaughter, Bailey Nielsen, testify before a House panel at the Idaho State House on Monday, February 24, 2020 in Boise, Idaho. AP. Bailey is carrying a loaded R-15, Charles Nielsen told lawmakers. People live in fear, terrified of that which they do not understand. She's been shooting since she was 5 years old. She got her first deer with this weapon at 9. She carries it responsibly. She knows how not to put her finger on the trigger. We live in fear in a society that is fed fear on a daily basis. He said Bailey was an example of someone who could responsibly handle a gun and lawmakers should extend that to non-residents. When they come to Idaho, they should be able to carry concealed because they carry responsibly, he said. They're law-abiding citizens. It's the criminal we have to worry about. Republican Rep. Christy Zito, who is proposing the measure opposed by the 3 Democrats on the House State Affairs Committee, said the legislation is intended to clear up confusion about state gun laws. Idaho permits residents 18 and older to carry a concealed handgun within city limits in the state without a permit following a new law that went into place last summer. The legislation would extend that to any legal U.S. resident or armed services member. Virginia Democrats say they have reached a deal on red flag gun law. I stand here before you today as a mother and grandmother who has had to use a firearm to defend their child, Zito said, recounting when 2 men once approached her vehicle with her daughter inside. Even though I didn't have to pull the trigger, just the fact that they could see it, and they knew that I had it was the determining factor. Opponents say allowing teenagers to carry a concealed weapon without a permit within city limits could lead to shootings. Click here to get the Fox News app. The vast majority of states require that a person get a permit before carrying a concealed gun in public, said Diana David of Moms Demand Action, an organization that seeks public safety measures to protect people from gun violence. That's a common sense policy. The Associated Press contributed to this report. Article 301 of 326. Economists pull back odds on a recession in 2020. Washington, D.C., January 29. Federal Reserve Board Chairman Jerome Powell speaks during a news conference after a Federal Open Market Committee meeting on January 29, 2020 in Washington, D.C. Chairman Powell announced that the Federal Reserve will not be adjusting interest rates. Photo by Samuel Coram, Getty Images. A panel of economists now say that a recession is less likely than the same panel forecast last year, adding that the Federal Reserve was able to steer clear of a downturn with its 3 interest rate cuts last year. The National Association for Business Economics, NABE, reported Monday that only 13% of the business economists surveyed expect a recession this year. The same time last year, 42% of respondents said they expected a recession in 2020. Instead, about 74% of the respondents said their forecasts had a recession coming in 2021 or later. The survey collected 210 responses during the last week of January and the first week of February, meaning the survey was conducted when the coronavirus outbreak was only beginning to spread. The economists appeared to be pleased with the Fed's efforts to steer clear of a recession. Last year, the Federal Open Market Committee cut rates 3 times for a total of 75 basis points. At the time, the Fed cited concerns over trade policies and geopolitical tension, adding that inflation was running below its 2% target. Almost 2/3, or 63%, of the surveyed NABE members said the Fed now has monetary policy right for the U.S. economy. The NABE members said some of Trump's economic policies had helped the economy get a boost to GDP. About 44% of the respondents said policies like the 2017 tax cut and deregulation had provided a modest boost to the economy. But nearly all of the respondents, around 90%, said the tariffs were a net negative and modest drag to GDP. Brian Chung is a reporter covering the banking industry and the intersection of finance and policy for Yahoo Finance. You can follow him on Twitter at Bungs. Fed ponders financial market impacts as it considers new tools. Former CFTC chair, time for Fed to create digital dollar. Morgan Stanley, E-Trade merger underscores race for scale in financial services. Dallas Fed's Kaplan, U.S. economy, likely at or past full employment. This is the new normal, California businesses pessimistic on Phase 2 deal. Read the latest financial and business news from Yahoo Finance. Follow Yahoo Finance on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Flipboard, Smart News, LinkedIn, YouTube, and Reddit. Article 302 of 326. Steak and Shake turns to counter service as losses mount. Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn. Photograph courtesy of Steak and Shake. Facing mounting losses and steeply falling traffic, Steak and Shake has closed a third of its company-owned restaurants and plans to convert most of them into a counter-service model in the hopes that they can become profitable. The company has temporarily closed 107 of its 368 company-operated restaurants and now says it plans to reopen most of them without waitstaff, which the burger chain had been using since its founding in 1934. Franchisees operate the remaining 242 locations. It is uncertain how many of the restaurants will be reopened and when. The closures follow a 3-year period in which Steak and Shake's operations have deteriorated, sending the chain to significant losses. Same-store sales, which had increased every quarter for 2%. That sent the brand's operating earnings tumbling. Steak and Shake's operating loss widened last year to $18.6 million, from $10.7 million the year before.
Not good.
Sardar Biglari, CEO of Steak and Shake owner Biglari Holdings, said the temporary closures were necessary because of the losses. We temporarily closed 107 units to fix issues that led to the operating shortfall, he said in his annual letter to shareholders. We refused to keep any unit open that could not deliver excellent customer service. By changing the operating model of the restaurants, Biglari wrote, Steak and Shake will be able to save on labor. The combination of labor-intensive, slow production with high-cost table service has led our overall labor costs to be 6 to 8 percentage points above those incurred by our competitors, Biglari wrote. Biglery Holdings annual report notes in one of the company's risk factors that there are no assurances that Steak and Shake will be able to restore profitability after reopening closed stores. Steak and Shake has been temporarily closing locations for more than a year as its operating losses have mounted and sales weakened.
Well,
The
hopefully
chain
they
needs
can-
to stem the brand's losses in relatively
They're
short order.
profitable
Steak and Shake
because
has
I like them.
$181.5 million outstanding on a loan that comes due in just more than a year. Biglery Holdings does not guarantee that debt. The company is working to sell all of its company-owned restaurants to franchisees under a new franchise partner model that Biglery believes provides significant hope for the brand. He called it a monumental change in his letter. The company now has 29 franchise partners who pay $10,000 for the right to operate the brand, then pay a fee of up to 15% of revenues to Steak and Shake, with which it splits 50% of the profits. Steak and Shake has received 17,000 applications for the program. Biglery argues that the 29 current operating partners represent a 0.17% acceptance rate that is comparable to the 4.5% acceptance rate at Harvard. Still, he notes that same-store sales at restaurants operated by these franchisees rose 2.2% last year, and adds that the company's share of profits from these stores exceeded the sum they generated in the prior year, when we claimed 100% of profits. Biglery added that some of the operators are on their way to earning north of $200,000 in their first year, and that a good number of our franchise partners will become millionaires. Franchising News Quick Service. Article 303 of 326. Love's Travel stops to open $13 million Baldwin project will hire 50 workers. Jack's Daily Record, Jacksonville Daily Record, Jacksonville, Florida. The 17-acre location will include Bojangles and Godfather's Pizza. Love's Travel Stops and Country Stores Inc. plans to open its $13 million Baldwin location this summer and is hiring about 50 employees. Chad Previch, External Communications Manager, said February 24th by email the location will have 94 parking spaces for trucks and 76 for cars. The site at Northwest Interstate 10 and US 301 in Baldwin fronts a heavily traveled area where we think customers need our services and our highway hospitality, Previch said. The travel stop will include Bojangles' famous chicken and biscuits and Godfather's Pizza restaurants, as well as a Love's Truck Care Center, which offers an expanded truck tire selection and light mechanical services, Previch said. Oklahoma City-based Love's Travel Stops and Country Stores plans a convenience store, restaurants and fuel services for cars and tractor-trailers. The company posted job openings for the location at jobs.loves.com. Search careers for Baldwin. The city issued 4 permits February 21st for the main building, 2 fueling canopies and a Love's Speedco tire shop, which Previch identifies as a truck care center, on just over 17 acres at 17,110 Brandy Branch Road. WH. Base Inc. of Duluth, Georgia, is the contractor. GSB Inc. Architects Planners is the architect. Atkinson Engineering of Jacksonville is the civil engineer. The city of Jacksonville issued permits February 21st for the main 16,749 square foot building, a diesel fuel canopy, a gas fuel canopy and the tire shop. The main building includes an 11,057 square foot convenience store along with a truckers lounge, game room and the 2 restaurants. The tire shop is 10,543 square feet. Previously filed plans show it will include 10 diesel fueling positions and 20 car fueling positions. The $13 million total comprises the property purchase and site clearing and construction permits. Love's Travel Stops and Country Stores Inc. paid $3 million in March 2018 for the land. The city issued a permit December 12 for the $3 million site clearing project. The 4 permits issued February 21 total $6.9 million. The city is reviewing an application for installation of a truck scale at a cost of $72,000. It will be one of 3 Love's Travel Stops in Duval County. Love's Travel Stops opened in May 2015 at 400 Pecan Park Road, off I-95 north of Jacksonville International Airport. It also filed plans with the city for a project on about 16 acres at Duval Road and Interstate 295 near the Amazon Fulfillment Center. Love's Travel Stops and Country Stores operates 16 locations in Florida among more than 510 locations in 41 states. It employs more than 25,000 people. It operates 24 hours a day. Love's also operates more than 380 truck service centers, which include on-site and standalone Speedco and Love's Truck Care Centers. Article 304 of 326. Exercise may activate olive oil's health longevity benefits. Insider. A new study found that the fat in olive oil appears to activate certain pathways in cells that are linked to longer lifespan. Olive oil is a type of fat that is commonly used in the Mediterranean diet, which was ranked the best diet of 2019 by U.S. News & World Report. The study's researchers said olive oil fats get stored in the body, then when we exercise they are released, and that's when the benefits begin. Visit Insider's homepage for more stories. A new study suggests olive oil could be integral to the Mediterranean diet's brilliance. The diet, which U.S. News & World Report ranked the best diet of 2019, has been linked to good health and longer lives. According to new research by the University of Minnesota Medical School, olive oil alone, a staple ingredient of the diet, has properties that promote longevity and decrease the risk of age-related disease like diabetes and heart disease. Dr. Doug Moshek, the lead researcher, said, after studying how olive oil affected human cells in petri dishes, it appears the fats in olive oil activate cell pathways in the body that are linked to longer lifespan. We found that the way this fat works is it first has to get stored in microscopic things called lipid droplets, which is how our cells store fat. And then, when the fat is broken down during exercising or fasting, for example, is when the signaling and beneficial effects are realized, Moshek said in a press release. The Mediterranean diet is high in fresh fruits and vegetables and low in red meat and sugar. Foods including whole grain pita bread, fresh fruit, salads, nuts, beans, olive oil, and salmon are Mediterranean diet staples. Anna Kurzaba, Getty Images. This isn't the first time the Mediterranean diet has been found beneficial for long-term health. The concept of the Mediterranean diet comes from the countries that border the Mediterranean Sea, where people historically ate mainly vegetables, oily fish, nuts, and healthy fats. The Harvard School of Public Health and a think tank called Oldways created a diet based on the general eating principles of these places, according to U.S. News. Unlike highly restrictive diets like the keto diet or the Atkins diet, the Mediterranean diet allows people to eat a wide variety of foods in moderation. In fact, the diet is safe for most people, including children and older people. Foods including whole grain pita bread, fresh fruit, salads, nuts, beans, olive oil, and salmon are Mediterranean diet staples and promote a variety of health benefits. The diet could help with weight loss, heart health, and diabetes prevention. When a person fills their diet with the kinds of fresh, unprocessed foods found in the Mediterranean diet, they may lose weight, improve their heart health, and prevent diabetes, according to U.S. News. Since the diet focuses on heart-healthy fats like olive oil, avocado, and salmon, it also could lower bad cholesterol, a major cause of heart disease, according to the Mayo Clinic. The Mediterranean diet discourages saturated fats and hydrogenated oils, trans fats, both of which contribute to heart disease, the Mayo Clinic said on its website. The diet could also help prevent cognitive diseases like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's as well as breast cancer. Read more. I followed the Mediterranean diet for a week, and I get why it's so popular. 14 ways to save time and money on the Mediterranean.
Alright, Carl, to answer your question, it's called Voice Aloud Reader. I'll actually be doing a video demonstration of it in the near future. I'm hoping I can record it today. I need daylight to work with though, so I have better lighting to work with when I do it. But I'll show you the interface on it, how I use it and all that when I do make that video. Because I know it's not the first time I've been asked that question. Yeah, it's a very handy app. I enjoy it. But yeah, it's called Voice Aloud Reader. You can get it on Android, Google Play Store, whatever. Okay, get into Pratt now. When I get to the other end of town here, I'll be turning up Highway 61. I think it'd be a useful thing too for just other people in general, because if I found it on, on there because I was just looking for some kind of a voice reader, or something that could, I'm trying to reset my cruise to the new speed limit. And this hill, I'm just got to ride my brakes now. Yeah, I mainly got it because when I'm, of course when I'm driving, I want to be able to listen to stuff. So in particular, I can queue up news articles. Which I get a lot of news articles that just go right across my push notifications. So I can just swipe down and I got articles right there. All I have to do is pull up the article and then queue it into my reader. I have a reading list on it, and I don't have to listen to it right away. I can just queue it up into my reading list, and when I'm ready to start driving and I want to listen to it, I can just hit the, select it and hit the play button, and it'll go one by one through the list. Obviously, it's not perfect, but it does a really good job. Okay, there's US 281 crossing now. I do news articles. I do, of course, you hear a lot of those Quora questions and answers, which I like to listen to also. I can even go on like Facebook and then just copy whatever. Just like a long tap on a post, whatever, and then hit copy text, and it'll read that out loud to me too if I wanted to. I don't really use that feature because that part of it, because I don't go on I don't have a habit of going on my Facebook while I'm trying to drive. I got a lot of notifications I'm still trying to catch up on my Facebook because I don't touch them. Okay, we're making a left turn before too much longer up here. Get over this hill, see how far away I am from it first. Truck stop up here on the northeast corner of the intersection I'll be turning on though. I know there's like a sushi place and some other restaurants across the street if I remember right. Well, so I'll move over now. Leave this, I can't tell you yet. It's a Casey's General Store in the corner. Yeah, this is it right here. This is the Casey's right here. And then there's a sign right here for junction of Highway 61. Yeah, as mentioned earlier, I could go straight ahead also and take US 54 straight across to Wichita and get on I-35 from there, but don't really want to be going through Wichita at 7:30. Between 7:30 and 8 in the morning when there's going to be a lot of commute traffic over there. And on top of that, deal with the construction that has been going on there. Hey, Charlie. Yeah, now I have heard a couple people talk about it. They're not too thrilled about it, but I don't really care because, for one, it's my truck, my trip, my stream. And I'll play with what I feel like playing. And I don't play it for that long at a time anyway, so it's not like, it's not like it takes too long before taste those. I just want a more headache-free trip. The amount of time it'll take me won't be. It's not too much different. Actually, should be very similar times. I'll end up being on U.S. highway or state or U.S. highways for a longer time by going this way, but like I mentioned, won't be too much slower going this way for the extra miles, whatever, and I won't have the headaches involved with Wichita. That loves occasionally. It's got a Sonic Burgers in it. Alright, once I get up to speed, I'll probably queue up another article.
Article 305 of 326. A Russian scientist injected himself with 3.5 million-year-old bacteria uber-facts.com 2 days ago. When I first heard about this story, I assumed this action was taken for some kind of test, but I'm wrong. Russian doctor Anatoly Bruchkov injected himself with 3.5 million-year-old bacteria because he believes it will help him live longer. Curiosity heavy checkmark. At curiosity.com. Dr. Bruchkov found 3.5 million bacteria that may extend life, so he injected himself with it. At Permafrost MSU. 5. 8:10 a.m., October 11, 2016. Twitter adds info and privacy. See Curiosity's other tweets.
Strange dude.
Dr. Bruchkov discovered the ancient bacteria known as Bacillus F back in 2009. The bacteria was found frozen in the permafrost on a mountain in Siberia. Does this sound like a movie plot or what? Bruchkov estimated that the bacteria was 3.5 million years old and also discovered that it was still alive. The bacteria was frozen deeper in the permafrost than even woolly mammoths. Bruchkov discovered that Bacillus F makes things around it live longer, as well. Tests have shown that the bacteria has indeed caused mice, fruit flies, and crops to live longer. Also, the people in the region of Siberia where the bacteria was found live longer than average, and it might be because Bacillus F is in their water supply. So Dr. Bruchkov decided to be a human guinea pig and be the first person to inject themselves with this interesting bacteria. In 2015, 2 years after he injected himself with Bacillus F, the doctor said he felt better than ever and that he hadn't gotten the cold or the flu since he took that big step.
Placebo.
Scientists are still working on finding out just what exactly makes Bacillus F causes things to live longer, so it will be a while before this bacteria may be harnessed to benefit the greater good of humanity, if that happens at all.
And then how do you quantify
It's a pretty amazing story, no doubt about that. Has Dr. Bruchkov discovered the elusive fountain of youth that explorers and scientists have been searching for? Time will tell. Article 306 of 326. CDC warns Americans of...
What's this nuts? Well, I know there's that good bacteria too, I guess. So I don't know. Maybe I just don't know enough on that one. Definitely seems a bit on the crazy side, though. And you can't do a scientific study with just one person, so what good does it do him to inject himself with it? him being a scientist wants to discover stuff, but they also want to follow the process, the scientific method, and find out if it really does work. And when you're just doing it on yourself and nobody else, there's no control group, there's no anybody, it's not a sample of a bunch of people in both the scientific and the control groups, whatever. You have no real way to verify that it has any impact. I'm kind of curious how bacteria can survive that long in permafrost. Okay, so I have over 320 articles in there right now, and part of it's because I haven't deleted a lot of the stuff that's already been played, and the reason I haven't done that is because I wanted to make sure I had it on there still when I do a video demonstration of the app. I want to show you how I can delete a whole bunch of them at the same time, or whatnot. Trim down on only the stuff that hasn't been looked at yet, or listened to yet, I should say. I still have no direct sunlight coming up over the horizon yet, but definitely get a lot more light here. Alright, CDC shirts about the coronavirus.
CDC warns Americans of significant disruption from coronavirus. U.S. health officials issued a strong warning about novel coronavirus on Tuesday despite remarks from the Trump administration stating they have the situation under control. Until now, health officials said they'd hoped to prevent community spread in the United States. But following community transmissions in Italy, Iran and South Korea, health officials believe the virus may not be able to be contained at the border and that Americans should prepare for a significant disruption. This comes in contrast to statements from the Trump administration. Acting Department of Homeland Security Secretary Chad Wolf said Tuesday the threat to the United States from coronavirus remains low, despite the White House seeking $1.25 billion in emergency funding to combat the virus. Larry Kudlow, director of the National Economic Council, told CNBC's Kelly Evans on The Exchange Tuesday evening, "We have contained the virus very well here in the U.S." Or, U.S. military has first coronavirus patient as cases surge in Italy, South Korea. Ultimately, we expect we will see community spread in this country, Dr. Nancy Messonnier, director of the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's National Center for Immunization and Respiratory Diseases, said Tuesday at a news conference. Messonnier added that Americans should channel their concern about the virus, officially called COVID-19, into preparing for its arrival. Officials said that Americans should continue to practice protective measures, hand washing, staying home from work when sick, while local officials should make sure systems are in place, teleschooling, working remotely, should face-to-face interactions need to be reduced. Healthcare facilities should be prepared to increase telehealth systems and delay elective surgeries should the need arise, they said. Messonnier noted that every community's response will be different. What's appropriate for a community with local transmission may not be appropriate for a community in which no local transmissions has occurred. So far there has been no community spread in the United States. 43 people repatriated on charter flights from Wuhan, China, and from the Diamond Princess cruise ship have tested positive for COVID-19, and 15 cases have been detected in the United States via the country's health system. Among those 57 cases, only 2 involved human transmission in the United States, and those transmissions were among members of the same household. Health Secretary Alex Azar told reporters at a Tuesday afternoon press conference that the United States would be undertaking the most aggressive containment efforts in modern history. We are going to continue taking those measures, but we are realistic that we will see more cases, and as we see more cases, we might have to take community mitigation efforts, he said.
On US 50.
If the White House's request for funds is approved, the $1.25 billion will be earmarked for accelerated vaccine development, the procurement of equipment and supplies, and to support preparedness and response activities, according to the White House Office of Management and Budget. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi called the request long overdue and completely inadequate to the scale of this emergency. She also accused President Trump of leaving critical positions in charge of managing pandemics at the National Security Council and the Department of Homeland Security vacant. The implications are that you can actually affect the course of this disease, but it takes a very aggressive and tough program, Aylward said at a WHO news briefing in Geneva on Tuesday. As of Tuesday, China's National Health Commission said it's received 77,658 reports of confirmed cases and 2,663 deaths on the Chinese mainland. More than 83% of the cases and all but one death were in Hubei province, which includes the city of Wuhan. Chinese authorities have since placed the city under lockdown. An additional 121 confirmed infections have been reported in the special administrative regions of Hong Kong and Macau as well as Taiwan, with 2 deaths in Hong Kong and 1 in Taiwan, according to China's National Health Commission. WHO experts in China are currently reporting a 2% to 4% fatality rate in Wuhan and a 0.7% fatality rate outside the city. For mild cases of the disease, there's a roughly 2-week recovery rate, and for more severe cases, the recovery rate is between 3 and 6 weeks. COVID-19 causes symptoms similar to pneumonia, ranging from the mild, such as a slight cough, to the more severe, including fever and difficulty breathing, according to the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. There is no vaccine yet for the virus. Photo. This photo taken on February 24, 2020, shows medical staff treating patients infected by the novel coronavirus at a hospital in Wuhan in China's central Hubei province. STR, AFP via Getty Images. The outbreak of the new coronavirus has continued to spread overseas, with at least 2,069 confirmed cases in at least 33 other countries, resulting in at least 33 fatalities, according to the latest data from the WHO, which has declared the epidemic a global health emergency. Although the virus, absolutely, has the potential to become a pandemic, WHO Director General Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus said it's still too soon to classify it that way. For the moment, we are not witnessing the uncontained global spread of this virus, and we are not witnessing large-scale severe disease or deaths, he told reporters at a press conference in Geneva on Monday. Does this virus have pandemic potential? Absolutely it has. Are we there yet from our assessment? Not yet. More, U.S. military dependent in South Korea diagnosed with coronavirus, triggering precautions. South Korea reported another surge in new infections overnight, making it the second highest national total behind China. As of Tuesday, South Korea's Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has recorded 977 confirmed cases and 9 deaths. The recent spike in cases prompted the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to issue a warning on Monday advising Americans to avoid traveling to South Korea. The federal agency raised its travel warning to the highest level for those contemplating travel to the East Asian nation. Photo. Railway workers wearing protective gear spray disinfectant, as part of preventive measures against the spread of the novel coronavirus, at a railway station in Seoul, South Korea, on February 25, 2020. Yonhap, AFP via Getty Images. The heightened warning came on the same day that officials said a relative of a U.S. service member in South Korea had been diagnosed with the novel coronavirus. In a press release, U.S. Forces Korea announced that it had been informed by South Korea's Centers for Disease Control and Prevention that a military dependent living in Daegu had tested positive for COVID-19. It's the first time a U.S. Forces Korea-related individual has been infected with the virus, according to the press release. South Korean Defense Minister Jung Kyung-do said as of Monday there were 13 South Korean military personnel infected. Partly as a result, U.S. Defense Secretary Mark Esper said Monday that the United States and South Korea were considering scaling back an upcoming joint military command exercise. Photo: American citizens arrive by bus from the quarantined Diamond Princess cruise ship to Haneda Airport on February 17, 2020 in Tokyo to be repatriated to the U.S. Tomohiro Osumi, Getty Images. Japan has the third highest national total, when including the nearly 700 cases diagnosed aboard the Diamond Princess cruise ship. More: China revokes press credentials for 3 Wall Street Journal reporters amid coronavirus crisis. The cruise ship has been quarantined at Yokohama port since February 5 and 695 people on board have tested positive for COVID-19. 3 passengers have died, all of whom were Japanese nationals and in their 80s, according to Japan's Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare. All those who have been infected were brought ashore for treatment, while the rest were confined to their rooms until the quarantine period ends. Passengers who have tested negative for the virus have been disembarking the ship since last Wednesday. Photo: A person wearing a face mask walks out of an entrance gate to the Codogno Civic Hospital, where the emergency room was closed as a precautionary measure, in Codogno, near Lodi, northern Italy on Feb. 21, 2020. Maurizio Mull, EPAFA, Rex. Clusters of coronavirus cases in Italy and Iran have raised concerns of the global spread of the outbreak. As of Tuesday, Italy's Ministry of Health had recorded 322 confirmed cases and 10 fatalities. The majority of those cases were in the northern Lombardy region, prompting some towns to suspend public gatherings, demonstrations and sporting events and to close schools, businesses and restaurants. The initial cases in Italy were linked to Chinese tourists, according to the health ministry. Syracuse University in upstate New York alerted students Tuesday that it was closing its Florence campus for the semester and helping the 342 students who were studying their return home.
Ohio bound, I
We
assume.
believe this is absolutely necessary to reduce the risk of our students being unable to leave Italy due to Italian containment efforts, the school said in a statement. Switzerland and Austria, which border northern Italy, reported their first COVID-19 cases on Tuesday. At least 95 cases have been confirmed in Iran, along with 15 deaths, the country's state-run news agency reported. Schools were closed across the country on Tuesday for a second day, and health workers have begun a daily sanitizing of public buses and the Tehran metro. Among those infected is Iran's deputy health minister, Haraj Harichi, who is head of the national headquarters tasked with containing the coronavirus outbreak. He had strongly opposed suggestions to quarantine the hard-hit city of Qom. Photo: Iranian workers disinfect the shrine of Fatima Masuma in Qom, Iran, on February 25, 2020, to prevent the spread of the novel coronavirus which has reached the country. Mehdi Morizad, Fars news agency, AFP via Getty Images. Meanwhile, a tourist hotel on the island of Tenerife in Spain's Canary Islands has been placed under quarantine after an Italian guest tested positive for COVID-19. The guest, a doctor from Italti's virus-hit Lombardy region, went to a local hospital on Monday and was placed in isolation along with his wife, who tested negative for the disease, public health officials for the Canary Islands told ABC News. More photos: Coronavirus outbreak sparks global health emergency. Around 1,000 guests staying at the Costa Adeja Palace Hotel have been confined to their rooms while health workers test everyone for the virus on Tuesday. All samples will be sent to Madrid for testing, officials told ABC News. So far, Spain has 2 confirmed cases of the novel coronavirus, according to the WHO. ABC News' Aicha El Hammer, Somia Malakian, Elizabeth McLaughlin, Christine Theodorou and Ivan Pereira contributed to this report. CDC warns Americans of significant disruption from coronavirus. Originally appeared on abcnews.go.com. Article 307 of 326. Supreme Court denies Mexican families damages claim for cross-border shooting. Washington, a deeply divided Supreme Court ruled Tuesday that the family of a Mexican teen shot and killed by a U.S. Border Patrol agent cannot seek damages because of the border that was between them. The justices ruled 5-4 that Sergio Adrian Hernandez Gareca, 15, lacked constitutional protection against the use of excessive force because he was in Mexico. Had he been in Texas with Border Patrol agent Jesus Mesa, his family would have had a claim. Associate Justice Samuel Alito wrote the opinion and was joined by the court's 4 other conservatives. The 4 liberal justices dissented. A cross-border shooting claim has foreign relations and national security implications, Alito said. In addition, Congress has been notably hesitant to create claims based on allegedly tortious conduct abroad. Associate Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg wrote the dissent for her liberal colleagues. She said the shooting occurred on the U.S. side of the border, so the majority's concern about applying the law abroad should not apply. Neither U.S. foreign policy nor national security is in fact endangered by the litigation, Ginsburg said. Moreover, concerns attending the application of our law to conduct occurring abroad are not involved, for plaintiffs seek the application of U.S. law to conduct occurring inside our borders. Hundreds of incidents involving deadly force occur along the U.S.-Mexican border every year. President Donald Trump has been trying to build a wall along the border and reduce both legal and illegal immigration. Border Patrol agents in New Mexico trained to respond to hostile crowds throwing rocks at a border fence on the U.S.-Mexican border. More. In 1971, the Supreme Court gave private citizens an implied right to sue federal officials for civil rights violations, even though Congress had passed no such law. Associate Justice Clarence Thomas, joined by Associate Justice Neil Gorsuch, wrote Tuesday that the precedent should be overruled. Federal courts lack the authority to engage in the distinctly legislative task of creating causes of action for damages to enforce federal positive law, Thomas said. We are exercising legislative power vested in Congress. During oral argument in November, Mesa's attorney, Randolph Ortega, said the border is real. It's a real line, and it can't be extended to provide constitutional protection on the Mexican side. The case, which was heard twice by the High Court, stemmed from an incident in 2010 when Hernandez and friends were playing in a dry riverbed separating El Paso, Texas, from Ciudad Juarez, Mexico. Standing on the U.S. side, Mesa fired at least 2 shots across the border, striking Hernandez in the face and killing him. Mesa's lawyers said he was responding to a group of suspected undocumented immigrants throwing rocks at Border Patrol agents. Cell phone videos show Hernandez unarmed and hiding beneath a train trestle when he was shot. The boy's family sued, based on the case in 1971, when the Supreme Court said a homeowner could sue federal agents who forced their way into his home without a warrant. Judges have expanded on that precedent and allowed lawsuits against other federal officials. The family's lawsuit was dismissed in lower courts, which ruled that Hernandez did not have constitutional protection against unreasonable use of deadly force under the Fourth Amendment, as well as due process rights under the Fifth Amendment, because he was not in the USA. When the case first was heard at the Supreme Court 3 years ago, the court issued an unsigned opinion that gave the teen's family another chance. It ruled that the agent was not entitled to immunity, but it punted issues back to a federal appeals court, which again dismissed the case last March. In November, Ortega and Jeffrey Wall, the Justice Department's principal deputy solicitor general, argued that the death of a foreign national on foreign soil does not trigger Fourth Amendment protections. They said the case touched on foreign affairs and national security, both of which are under the domain of the executive branch. Ginsburg asked how national security was involved in using excessive force to kill a child. In his ruling, Alito said the matter is best left to the executive branches of both countries rather than the judiciary. Both the United States and Mexico have legitimate and important interests that may be affected by the way in which this matter is handled, he said. It is not our task to arbitrate between them. This article originally appeared on USA Today. Cross-border shooting, Supreme Court clears Border Patrol agent. Article 308 of 326. Former KC-135 pilot tells the story of when his Stratotanker refueled the Tomcat crewed by famous F-14 Rio, the Aviation Geek Club. Where are you, hey Joe? On your nose for 3 miles. Peering up through the eyebrow windows, 2 Tomcats roll inverted on their backs and pull hard as they can toward the boom. Mark Hasara, former KC-135 pilot. The following cool story, that exclusively appears on the Aviation Geek Club, is taken from Mark Hasara's book Tanker Pilot, Lessons from the Cockpit. For 24 years Mark Hasara operated one of the Air Force's oldest airplanes, the Boeing KC. Missions throughout the Pacific Rim and Southeast Asia. His first combat missions were in Desert Shield and Desert Storm. As a duty officer in the Tanker Airlift Control Center, he planned and ran 500 airlift and air refueling missions a month. Haze gray and underway. 0900 Saturday the 15th of December 1990. King Faisal Naval Base. Jeddah, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Spend a lot of time talking to customers face to face. You'd be amazed how many companies don't listen to their customers. American businessman and Reform Party presidential candidate Ross Perot. You can talk about teamwork on a baseball team, but I'll tell you, it takes teamwork when you have 2,900 men stationed on the USS Alabama in the South Pacific. Major League Baseball pitcher and Navy Chief Petty Officer Bob Feller. Jeddah's leadership needed volunteers to work the air campaign plan. Lieutenant Colonel Bruce from Warner Robins led the mission planning cell or MPC. Lieutenant Colonel Wright, call sign D. Wright, worked for Lieutenant Colonel Bruce and needed help on a model tanker plans. I jumped at the chance. Working in the MPC and getting to fly is the best of both worlds and a great chance to learn. Lieutenant Colonel Bruce put my name on the list to check out the bag, a wide black leather briefcase containing all of Jeddah's first air tasking order missions in the first 3 days of the war. Only 13 names are on the bag's cleared list. Lieutenant Colonel Bruce took me into a room and read me into Operations Plan 1002, the war in Iraq. He explained in great detail events in the air campaign's first 3 days. I read over each day's auto package summaries. Jeddah tankers fly over 130 missions the first day. One of the 1709's biggest customers is Carrier Group 2 in the Red Sea, commanded by Admiral Riley Mixon. Admiral Mixon's flagship is USS John F. Kennedy or Big John to those aboard. Kennedy's battle group contained several other ships such as Aegis cruisers and destroyers to defend the battle group and tankers too. Carrier Air Wing 3 is on Big John, USS Saratoga and Carrier Air Wing 17 rounding out Admiral Mixon's Air Wing Strike Force. Each week Jeddah MPC folks flew out to USS John F. Kennedy working with Air Wing 3 strike planners on the first 3 days strike packages. D. Wright came down the hall after one of our flights and asked if I wanted to go out to the carrier. Of course I wanted to, another great opportunity to learn. SAC's tanker community knew very little about how the Carrier Air Wings operated. Saturday morning the 15th of December, D. Wright and I donned Mickey Mouse ears and float coats for the ride out. The loadmaster or just load briefed us on safety issues before walking us to a waiting Grumman C-2 cod, wings folded, engines running at King Faisal Naval Air Station on the Red Sea coast. Stepping on the open rear ramp, D. Wright and I walked to our seats for a long flight to Kennedy, haze gray and underway in the northern Red Sea. I sat in a window seat on the left side, right behind all the cargo on the cod's rear deck. D. Wright sat in the aisle across from me. Rawhide 45 taxied out to the runway ramp down until just before takeoff. After a short takeoff roll, the Hiaz Mountains passed out the window. The Red Sea is a bright turquoise blue from 18,000 feet. An hour into the flight our load came over the intercom telling us what to do during the arrested landing: sit tight, feet and knees together, cross your arms and hold shoulder straps with your head down, chin on your chest. And then the load gave this ominous warning: if we go down in the water, remember bubbles always float up. If we go down in the water, remember bubbles always float up. Follow the bubbles to a hatch and let the float coat take to the surface. Take steady breaths from the oxygen bottle. Remember to release air from your lungs as you rise. How long does it take rising to the surface from Red Sea's 6,000-foot trench? Looking over at D. Wright as the C-2 started descending toward Kennedy's traffic pattern, I asked what's about to happen. D. Wright, what's an arrested landing and cat shot like? Like nothing you've ever experienced in your life, not even at Disneyland. Leveling off and accelerating 800 feet above the water, the loadmaster said get in position over the intercom. Wings rolled left to a 3 grams break into the carrier traffic pattern, the deck filled with planes passed beneath us out D. Wright's window. Slowing down I heard the gear come down, and then flap extension tubes activate. After completing another wide left turn, the loadmaster screamed from his seat. Get ready! Get ready! Get ready! Big John's wake appeared under my window, then the gray deck and fantail. I can only describe the arrested landing as screech, bang, halt. Tires screeched hitting the deck as wheel struts bottomed out and the airplane came to a halt in the time it took you to read this. The cod's wings folded covering my window as we taxied out of the arresting cable wires. The cargo ramp opened, and the bows covered with A-6 Intruder and A-7 Corsair attack planes. A Ka-6D tanker followed behind us. As the cod turned butt end toward the conning tower island, a big white 67 appeared behind us. Pushing back into the parking spot, several people with different colored shirts waited to transfer cargo, passengers, and baggage. D. Wright leaned over and asked, "Well, how'd you like that?" "That was outstanding." With a big smile, "Wait till the cat shot." Carrier launch operations are the most destructive sounds a human ear can experience, 140 decibels and in some cases higher. 10 decibels higher and eardrums rupture without protection. King Faisal's Air Transportation Office told us to use foamy earplugs under Mickey Mouse cranial head protectors, and now I knew why.
Yeah.
Carrier decks are incredibly loud. Smells of burning jet fuel and greasy oil filled my nose. It smelled like being in a car repair shop with AC/DC turned all the way up. D. Wright and I stood next to the cod's folded wings as a kneeling F-14 Tomcat's launch bar dropped over catapult number FOS shuttle on the waist. The young kid waved at several people and ran out from under the nose as the launch bar contacted a big catapult shuttle. An A-7E attack plane taxied by blocking our view momentarily. The BF-14 Top Hatter Tomcat callsign Camelot 110 went into afterburner, straining against the holdback bar. A green shirt gave the thumbs up signal, the yellow-shirted shooter tapped the deck and pointed forward. Camelot 110 blasted off the end of the deck and out of view. The Jet Blast Deflector, JBD, to all on the carrier, came down, and a KA-6D wings unfold while taxiing over the catapult track. Another A-7E, Klansman 307, taxied by wings folded with a single AGM-88 HARM missile hanging from a pylon. Men in yellow, green, red, brown and white long-sleeve shirts ran all over the deck. Two young sailor boss shouted over the loudspeaker at a sailor not paying attention. Everyone stood behind a red and yellow striped line as the Sunday Puncher KA-6D went under tension and spooled up his engines to max power. A few seconds later, he disappeared out of view behind the cod. It was chaos under controlled conditions. Escorts tapped us on the shoulder and led us toward the island. Stepping off the flight deck to a small stairway, the Red Sea passed 8 stories below us under catwalks made from heavy wire mesh welded to the framework. Walking into the carrier's auto office, D. Wright shook hands with Dagwood, and Carrier Air Wing 3 led Strike Planner and our host. Dagwood lead us through several passageways to the Carrier Intelligence Center, or CBIC. About the size of your living and dining room combined, CBIC would be our workspace for the next few hours. CBIC holds most of the strike planning data and intelligence support systems, making it the natural place for large, multi-squadron planning meetings. All CAG-3 squadron commanders gathered in CBIC with us. An intel analyst briefed us on Iraq's air defenses from a report published by the Office of Naval Intelligence Strike Projection Evaluation and Anti-Air Research, or SPEAR Division in Suitland, Maryland. I had never seen detailed analysis on Saddam's air defense network like this report contained. The Black Hole had just published new strike package priorities to the first 3 days air tasking order, and all the Navy refueling requirements changed. After going over the new air wing taskings, it was our turn to ask some questions. One question D. Wright had for the commanders was, what does the 1709th need to improve in our support? No one likes our Iron Maiden, the nickname for the KC-135 refueling drogue. Its hardened weighs over 250 pounds. Several new air wing lieutenants had never refueled behind a KC-135 or KC-10 until operating in the Red Sea. All of the comments were small things Jettis tanker air crews needed to fine-tune, small things easily adjusted in our procedures with Navy receivers. We spent the next 2 hours going over all of the strike missions in detail, changing tanker requirements where needed, an incredible learning experience with our customers. After our meetings, D. Wright and I had some time off. Dagwood introduced me to my escort, a Tomcat Rio named Dave Parsons, callsign Hey Joe. Both of us had a passion for photography. Hey Joe took his camera on every flight with a great view from his Tomcat's backseat office. He showed me several of his recent pictures the carrier Photoshop had blown up for him. He asked if I was hungry. You bet I am. He told me I have not experienced carrier life until consuming a slider, a roller, and some auto dog. I thought, what kind of Air Force initiation is this, and was it specific to KC-135 pilots? Payback for the Iron Maiden. We headed down to the dirty shirt mess, an area all can eat at while working in their dirty duds. I stuck to him like white on rice because I would never find the way back to my stateroom. Dirty Shirt Mess is at the front of the carrier. Following Hey Joe's lead, I grabbed a tray off the stack. He pointed to a cook flipping 30 burger patties on a grill. Those are sliders, hamburgers. Pointing down the line, those are roller, pointing at 60 hot dogs turning on a hot dog roller. Pointing to the ice cream machine, that's Auto Dog, ice cream. Why do you call it Auto Dog? He laughed and said, because it looks like a dog with diarrhea as it comes out. Dirty Shirt Mess salad bar had more items on it than my cafeteria on shore at Jeddah. I asked Hey Joe how they got all the lettuce. He told me it comes aboard while they are underway replenishing or unreaping from a store's ship which comes alongside. What that was I did not know and didn't want to look stupid. Both of us sat down at BF-32 swordsman table. Hey Joe introduced me to his squadron mates, telling them I'm a KC-135 pilot at Jeddah.
40 miles out to put you right at the Flying J or
I asked all of them,
Love
tell me what we are doing
Tehachapi.
wrong at Jeddah, how can we improve our service to you guys? Each one mentioned their distaste for the KC-135 Iron Maiden over the soft Nerf-like drogues the KC-10 has. SAC was not going to fix that before the war. Lock the boom when we refuel off the drogue. There is no lock on the boom. Sundance said let us plug into it, don't help us. Most asked KC-135 mission planning question, how much gas do you hold, what is a KC-135 fuel burn rate, do you burn the same gas you are offloading? The discussion lasted an hour. Finishing dinner, I asked Hey Joe to take me to some of the best places for taking pictures. I had 20 rolls of film in my helmet bag I wanted to shoot before leaving. Walking toward the center of the ship, we climbed several sets of stairs. Stepping through a large hatch onto an island balcony, the deck spread out below me 3 stories down. We are standing on Vulture's Row. Hey Joe told me this is the best and safest place to take pictures if you have never been aboard. A lot of people come to Vulture's Row to watch and photograph flight ops. Vulture's Row was the ideal spot for me. I could see the entire flight deck fore and aft from Vulture's Row. I shot 5 rolls of film over the next 10 minutes. There is one other place to get great pictures from. Stopping by the swordsman ready room, Hey Joe handed me a cranial and float coat. We followed BF-32's landing signal officer out to the deck, just a short walk from their ready room. 2 Tomcats came over the carrier at 500 knots into the pattern break. We stood abeam the deck's landing area. Each Tomcat landed 30 feet right in front of me. An A6E intruder followed by 2 A-7s came down the right side and into the overhead brake pattern. I stood there mesmerized by what went on in front of me. After all the aircraft landed, everyone cleared off the platform and went back to their ready rooms. D. Wright and I met with strike plans to tie off a few more items the next morning. Dagwood walked us to the auto office for our departure back to Jeddah. Donning Mickey Mouse ears and a float coat, the load gave us another safety brief. The cod is backed into the same spot waiting for us to board. First thing I noticed are all seats are facing aft. D. Wright shook Dagwood's hand and we stepped into the cod and sat down. Wait till you experience this, D. Wright said, laughing. Whatever is about to happen to me, I'm going to remember the rest of my life. This print is available in multiple sizes from aircraftprofileprints.com. Click here to get yours. KC-135R Stratotanker 161st Air Refueling Wing, 197th Air Refueling Squadron, Copperheads, 63-8038 Arizona Air National Guard, Sky Harbor ANG Base, as Rawhide 46 rear cargo ramp closed shut, taxiing to the bow catapults. Several people standing on the deck moved by my window. The load announced we were taxiing into the cat, so get ready, this will happen fast. Within minutes the engines opened full up as the load screamed, "Get ready, get ready, get ready," and he put his head down in his chest. I looked out the window to watch this. Cat shots are a loud bang followed by a big backward jerk. After the bang I came out of the seat about a half inch, remember the seats face the tail. Stripping on the deck is a blur. 3 seconds later another bang and Rawhide 46 was airborne. 0 to 160 knots and 307 feet. I looked over at D. Wright screaming as loud as I could, "I gotta do that again." He just laughed at me, big smile on his face. During the long ride home, we discussed what I had learned and asked him a lot of questions. SAC tanker community knows very little about how the Navy air wings operate. Jedah's big wing of tankers are about to refuel some of the largest carrier strike package in combat history, and very few in SAC's tanker plans community understood how the Navy does business. We didn't even speak their language. Hey Joe explained the Air Wing's daily flying operations and how they created a daily flying schedule. The carrier had a confidential communications card with their preset radio frequencies on it. The carrier, called Mother, had a TACAN atop the mainmast tankers could navigate off of.
I'm on US 50.
Mother's TACAN channel change periodically, so having their comm card is important. BF-32 has their own squadron common radio frequency to talk to each other. I understood deck cycle time, going from launching aircraft to recovering aircraft, and how it affected refueling operations. Most importantly, Hey Joe explained how the Tomcats and Aegis cruiser defends the tankers during refueling. Understanding the Air Wing's fuel requirements and what it means being on the ladder was critical to Jedah's operations. If you are below a predetermined amount of gas during flight, you are on the ladder. Hornets are notorious for being on the fuel ladder. USS Saratoga had 2 squadrons of Hornet strike fighters Jedah's tankers will drag to the Iraqi border. Our job was to keep the Hornets off the ladder. The senior Aegis cruiser captain is responsible for battle group air defense, not a commander on the carrier. All air defense assets belong to the senior Aegis cruiser commander to defend the battle group. The senior Air Wing commander controls all strike responsibilities to include the Aegis cruiser's Tomahawk land attack missiles, TLAMs. This composite warfare commander concept is entirely foreign to Air Force operators. One new idea we are trying with the Navy is the hose multiplier concept. The Ka-60s launched and joined Air Force tankers early in Prune and Raisin tracks. The long air refueling roads guard KC-135E models drag the strike packages toward Baghdad. Hose multiplier works like this: each Ka-60 fills up off the KC-135 before the strike packages arrived at Prune or Raisin refueling control points. Once full, Ka-60s move to our wings trailing the buddy storage rogues as another contact point strike fighters can plug into for fuel. Hose multiplier Ka-60s gave KC-135s the ability to refuel 2 airplanes simultaneously off each tanker, saving massive amounts of time.
Yeah, we call that mippers.
It was impossible for all 26 to 34 strike fighters to get their required fuel before reaching the Iraqi border if we don't use hose multipliers. When a Ka-6 said they are on their way to my Iron Maiden, I always gave them as much gas as they wanted. The gas then spread to all the Navy fighters and jammers. Ka-6s overflew the recovery cycle in case someone had trouble getting aboard or had an emergency. I do not know who came up with this idea, but it saved our collective refueling plan butts when used in combat. On Wednesday the 19th of December my crew was scheduled to refuel the Red Sea Air Wings. I wrote Hey Joe's squadron common frequency on my line-up card, hoping he may be airborne during the sortie. Kevin's mom and dad sent our crew a Christmas package containing 4 Santa hats and lots of chocolate. Feeling the Christmas spirit, all of us took our new Santa hats on the flight. We were in a giving mood. Kevin, Rick and I put the Santa hats on and then our headsets, Kenny's hat over his headset. The wind was blowing hard out of the north at about 30 knots while taxiing out to the center runway. Taxiing out to the end of the runway, Kenny and I opened our windows at the same time. A 30-mile-an-hour blast of wind went through the cockpit. It did not go down the engines. I looked at the engine instruments to see any hiccups. Kenny leaned out the open window and saw it blow into the airfield fence. It's on the fence off the taxiway. What do I tell the supervisor of flying? Hey SOF, can you go pick our Santa hat out of the airfield fence just off the taxiway to the center runway? We discussed what we should tell the ramp SOF as a crew. Kevin said I wouldn't tell him anything. It's in the fence and won't hurt anybody. Good plan. We closed the windows and took off. A controller in the Aegis cruiser called Red Crown cleared us into the battle group's airspace. Red Crown passed us off to Strike Control, a radar controller inside Kennedy's Carrier Information Center, their version of our Coyote Ops command post. Kenny dialed in Swordsman Common in COM 2 of our brand new Rockwell Collins ARC 210 radio. I keyed the mic and said, "Hey Joe, check. Hey Joe here. Sluggo's flying the tanker. Be there 10 minutes. He called back minutes later saying he's locked us up on radar. Where are you, Hey Joe? On your nose for 3 miles. I started looking for him out in front of us. I didn't see him. Hey Joe, where are you again? Look up. Peering up through the eyebrow windows, two tomcats roll inverted on their backs and pull hard as they can toward the boom. Boom, pilot, here they come. Looking for them. Oh Jesus. Hey Joe in Gypsy 200, the Air Wing Commander's brightly painted billboard jet, and his wingman in Gypsy 201, the Squadron Commander's billboard jet, leveled off behind the drogue. How much can you give us, Sluggo? How much do you want? Can you give us each 10k? If I can get some good pictures of you off the wing afterward, I'll top you both off. Deal. Gypsy 200 and 201 own the bar. After getting his gas, Gypsy 201 moved down to the drogue. Hey Joe parked out my window, camera up to his face. He's pointing at us, laughing. Hey Joe's pilot dog moved high and close to my window. Both point down at me. They see the Santa hat. Gypsy 201 joined on Hey Joe's left side after getting his 10,000 pounds. Both tomcats just sat there motionless in perfect fingertip formation. Hey Joe snapped several pictures and stuffed his camera down beside him. Then I heard Dog's voice on the radio. Gypsy's burners, now. Engine exhaust nozzle opened wide. Long tongues of orange flame grew longer and longer as each stage of afterburner ignited. Gypsy flight lurched forward and upward, gaining speed. Hey Joe called strike, passing 32,000 feet. He left us at 21,000. My crew in Exxon 55 stayed airborne for 2 more hours, refueling whoever came up. Strike control took us up to one of the MiG-cap stations near the Gulf of Aqaba. A6S, A7S, EA6Bs and F-18s off the Saratoga plugged into us. At one point we could see Mount Sinai, where Moses received the 10 Commandments. The wind was blowing hard for landing back at Jeddah, but straight down the runway. After stopping by Tanker Ops to drop off all our gear, we hopped a bus for the compound. Our kitchen table was piled high with packages of candy and Christmas chocolate. Laying on one of the kitchen chairs is Kenny's Santa hat. 4KC 135 life support airmen shared our apartment. Driving across the ramp, life support saw a red object in the airfield fence. Stopping to pick it out of the fence, they realized it's a Santa hat. They see Kenny's name inside. Arriving back at our apartment, they laid it on the chair so we would see it walking in from our flight. D. Wright meets me in the hall after Hey Joe mission. Come with me, Captain. Big auto changes came from Black Hole. 3/4 S of our first 3 days auto missions change. I came in at 1500 Wednesday to fly and go home Thursday morning at 0600 after working auto changes all night. Missions increased in intensity through Christmas. Massive C-5 and C-141 transport planes took gas on a track just north of Jeddah over the Red Sea, delivering additional forces to the Gulf region. Galaxies and Starlifters took 60,000 to 80,000 pounds of fuel, dropped below us, turning left at Way and joined an airway across Saudi Arabia to Qasim. Special Envoy James Baker met with Saddam's closest advisor Tariq Aziz in Geneva on the 9th of January, hopefully to find a possible diplomatic solution to the conflict. After 7 hours of discussions, the meeting broke up. James Baker told Minister Aziz the coalition had a numerical and technical advantage over Iraqi forces. Aziz did not seem too impressed, until Baker told him if Saddam uses weapons of mass destruction, the U.S. would use all weapons in its arsenal. Aziz knew Secretary Baker meant nukes. Meetings ended without a solution. The 11th of January, D. Wright found me in the hall. Come with me, Captain. Walking into our secret vault, he spun the safe's dial. Handing me a piece of paper from a folder marked Top Secret on an orange cover sheet, D. Wright said one word to me: read. Only the top quarter of the page is written on. It said, from USCENTAFCC. To all units. Subject, Operation Desert Storm. MSG, Implement Wolfpack. D-Day is the 17th of January 1991, H-hour is 0000-0300 local Baghdad time. Good luck and good hunting. Horner. Wolfpack, the code name for the first 3 air campaign auto days, commences at 3 a.m. Thursday morning Baghdad time, the 17th of January 1991. 3 days later, the 1709th is Deputy Commander for Operations, Colonel Buster Dell, selected our crew for one of the most important missions of opening night, refueling the first F-4G Wild Weasel package into Baghdad. Lack of Wild Weasel support is a no-go item. Only the stealth fighters and cruise missiles are allowed into Iraq without Wild Weasel support. Kevin talked with John Boy, the Wild Weasel package commander, twice on a secure phone. 3 nights prior to opening, large groups of fighters and tankers raced north on Prune, Raisin, Lime Pre and Olive Pre toward Iraq, turning around short of the border. Horner conditioned Saddam's radar operators to see big formations coming toward them and turn around. They're not coming tonight, but excuse me while I go change my laundry. A message at the compound late Wednesday afternoon, the 16th of January said my cruise report time was 2200, the time to implement Wolfpack. B-52s left the States earlier today for cruise missile launch boxes in the Red Sea, and then on to secondary targets destroying Iraqi airfields. Black jets dropped their bombs on air operations centers controlling Saddam's defenses at 0300. A telephone exchange building nicknamed the AT&T Building in downtown Baghdad is the next black jet target, cutting off communications throughout Iraq. When John Boy's weasels appeared out from under my jet, I turned Tuna 64 flight south for Jeddah. None of said a word, seeing the next wave of aircraft pass on our left at 840 miles an hour of closure. On this moonless night, hundreds of red rotating beacons go by quickly out Kenny's window heading north. After landing, one of Bonnie's crew chiefs placed a cardboard stencil of Aladdin's lamp above the entry door. A red Jenny lamp spray painted on the side of Rolling Thunder symbolized my crew is not part of the expected 10% losses. We are alive after our first combat mission. About an hour after arriving back to our apartment, Rick said I had a phone call. It was my dad. I wanted to tell him everything but can't for security reasons. I emphasized to him we were real busy and real tired during our 30 minutes phone call. This model is available in multiple sizes from Air Models. Click here to get yours. Tanker Pilot, Lessons from the Cockpit is available to order here. Photo credit, LCD art.
Alright. Yeah, I went on a DUI. The TDY ones were, I was supporting 135 and, yeah, and we were there to support, to do, to help a carrier air group do training operations. Spent about a week and a half there. I never knew until that time, because I actually flew with them a couple times to watch. That FA-18s can actually refuel other FA-18s, depending on how they're configured. To Emporia, what's the difference in route lengths? They break at about 5:45 in the morning, huh? when we spring forward. Westbound traffic right now. What do we have next for articles?
Article 309 of 326. Here's why NASA equipped an F-15 with an AIM-54 and why USAF never outfitted its Eagle fleet with the mighty Phoenix, the Aviation Geek Club. The odd photos in this post show an F-15 Eagle fighter jet carrying an AIM-54 Phoenix long-range air-to-air missile. At the time these pictures were taken, researchers at NASA's Dryden Flight Research Center at Edwards, CA, and the Naval Air Warfare Center Weapons Division, China Lake, CA, investigated the use of surplus demilitarized Navy AIM-54 Phoenix air-launched missiles as possible hypersonic test platforms or testbeds. Hypersonic flight is defined as aerodynamic flight at speeds of Mach 5 or greater, and use of surplus Phoenix missiles was one of the methods being considered to obtain critical flight data in the hypersonic regime. These missions, conducted over restricted military test ranges, involved launching a missile from a NASA F-15 aircraft flying at speeds up to Mach 2.0, with the missile then accelerating to speeds up to Mach 5.0 depending on its trajectory before fuel is exhausted. The missiles would carry experimental research payloads into the hypersonic regime, something that is currently difficult to achieve. NASA Dryden aircraft and avionics technicians from Left Brian Hookland, Art Koch, Herman Reifkogel, and Jonathan Richards installed the nose cone on a Phoenix missile prior to a fit check on the center's F-15B research aircraft. Robert Garcia watches in the background. The Phoenix missiles used for hypersonic research had their explosive warheads removed and their tracking and guidance systems replaced with a smaller, more lightweight guidance system. The missiles were also heavily instrumented to obtain and transmit test data from experiments in such areas as thermal protection materials, scramjet propulsion, guidance and control, boundary layer transition, and aerodynamics at hypersonic speeds. NASA performed design, analysis, and testing that lead up to a critical design review at the end of 2007. As part of the preliminary studies, several captive carry flights were be flown by the F-15 with an inactive missile with no propellant carried on the aircraft's centerline pylon to determine the performance of the aircraft when carrying the missile. However, the project was not been funded to conduct actual launches to obtain hypersonic flight test data. Since the photos in this post clearly show that the Eagle could be equipped with the mighty Phoenix, one might ask why U.S. Air Force, USAF F-15D never carried the AIM-54. An inert AIM-54 Phoenix missile nestled under the fuselage of NASA Dryden's F-15B aircraft. I was with the F-15 program for about 10 years, maybe a little more. I know the airplane extremely well, said James Cowan, former F-15 Eagle maintainer, on Emporia. To begin with, the F-15A was equipped with the Hughes APG-63 radar, which worked well with both AIM-9 Sidewinders and AIM-7 Sparrow missiles. There have been significant upgrades to that radar, and with the AIM-120 replacing the AIM-7, the combination is very adequate in the F-15's operating environment. The AIM-54 Phoenix and -9 Aruban Florence radar were Navy mission specific and in and of themselves were an integrated weapon system. The -9 Aruban Florence could also manage AIM-7 and AIM-9 missiles. The -9 Aruban Florence had the capability to fire missiles at 6 targets simultaneously, and track 24 more. This was essential because the F-14 at the time had one job, to protect the multi-billion-dollar carriers. So, the F-14 was optimized as an interceptor. And it excelled in that role. This print is available in multiple sizes from aircraftprofileprints.com. Click here to get yours. F-15C Eagle 36 TFW 22 DTFS BT 79051, 1981. The F-15 operates in an entirely different environment, and within Air Force doctrine. While the F-15 is certainly a potent interceptor, most of all it is a tactical air superiority fighter, made to mix it up with other fighters, dogfighting, usually over land. Desert Storm was a made-to-order war for the F-15. Everything about the F-15 was virtually perfect for that environment. Of the 36 Iraqi fighters shot down, the F-15 got 34 of them. The Navy F-18s got the other 2. I will also note that both aircraft were built by McDonnell Douglas and St. Louis Mo, now folded into Boeing. So, while the F-14 and F-15 have some outward similarities and some mission overlap, they're really apples and oranges when you get right down to it. Because the F-14 is a Navy fighter, it has to be built much more rugged than USAF fighters. The abuse Navy fighters get is much tougher than USAF landing on long concrete runways. Cowan concludes, I'm not sure in my own mind whether or not the F-15's radar is compatible with the AIM-54, and even if it was, it's too heavy for the F-15 to use and keep all of its fantastic air-to-air capabilities. This model is available to order from Air Modals. Click here to get yours.
I'm in Burton,
Photo
Kansas
credit
now.
Tom Chida, NASA. Article 310 of 326. F-15 versus F-16 versus F/A-18, the Aircrew's Perspective, the Aviation Geek Club. First flown in 1972, the F-15 Eagle entered U.S. Air Force service in 1974. The Eagle's most notable characteristics are its great acceleration and maneuverability. It was the first U.S. fighter with engine thrust greater than the basic weight of the aircraft, allowing it to accelerate while in a vertical climb. Its great power, lightweight and large wing area combined to make the Eagle very agile. The F-16 evolved from a 1972 USAF lightweight fighter, LWF prototype program which sought a small, lightweight, low-cost, air superiority day fighter designed for high performance and ease of maintenance. It achieved combat-ready status in October 1980. LWF program, which saw Northrop YF-17 and the General Dynamics YF-16 competing one versus the other, sought a small, lightweight, low-cost, air superiority day fighter designed for high performance and ease of maintenance. The program was initiated because many in the fighter community believed that aircraft like the F-15 Eagle were too large and expensive for many combat roles. On January 13, 1975 at Edwards Air Force Base, AFB, Secretary of the Air Force John L. McLucas announced that the YF-16 had won the competition over YF-17 for full-scale development as the USAF's next air combat fighter. Although it lost the LWF competition to the YF-16, the YF-17, which was nicknamed Cobra and was the culmination of a long line of Northrop designs beginning with the N-102 Fang in 1956, continuing through the F-5 family, was selected for the new Naval Fighter Attack Experimental (VFAX) program and evolved into the F/A-18. This design, conceived as a small and lightweight fighter, was scaled up to the F/A-180 F Super Hornet, which is similar in size to the original F-15. How would these exceptional fighter jets fare one versus the other in a dogfight? This model is available to order from Air Modals. Click here to get yours. Former F-15 pilot with the U.S. Air Force, USAF James Jones explains on Quora. Having engaged in simulated combat against both, luckily for me not simultaneously, I can tell you my thoughts and observations. First, the F/A-18. For a dedicated dual-role aircraft, it's easy to underestimate the Hornet as a fighter, but that's a serious mistake. A well-flown Hornet or Super Hornet is a surprisingly competent adversary. A well-flown Eagle should have no trouble, but therein lies the rub. We're not always at the top of our game when we should be. It doesn't take much imagination for me to envision a Hornet driver having a good day waxing the tails of an Eagle driver having a so-so day.
Yeah,
The F-16, what a little pain in the ass that thing is. If it ever grows up to be an adult plane, it will be formidable. Actually, I have the same observation about the F-16, although the F-16 driver doesn't have to be having as great of a day, and the Eagle driver doesn't have to be having as bad of a day. This print is available in multiple sizes from aircraftprofileprints.com. Click here to get yours. F/A-18A Plus Hornet VFC-12 Ambush, AFO-1, 162,904. TSW 2014. Dan Green, former F/A-18 pilot with the U.S. Navy, doesn't think the same way. I flew Hornets for 10 years, mid-90s to mid-2000s. The only competition in a dogfight was the F-16. The F-15 was relatively big and slow and easy to beat like the F-14. F-16s, generally speaking, a well-flown Hornet could beat a well-flown Viper if you've got a quick kill or could tie the Viper up in a slow flight. However, the Hornet driver generally had to be at the top of his or her game because the big mouth Viper had awesome thrust to weight and could get out of trouble fast. F-15s, the Eagle on the other hand, was relatively easy. Nothing could beat the F-15 BBR. But in a dogfight, the Eagle had relatively weak nose pitch authority and high alpha slow speed capability compared to the Hornet. End result: we generally lost 50% of our Viper dogfights but won nearly 100% of our Eagle fights. As we have previously explained, most Viper drivers agree the Big Mouth Block 30 has the best BFM performance. The big mouth refers to the larger intake that allows the GE engine to gulp more air, thus giving more thrust. Lieutenant Colonel Philippe Rico Malebranche says it is the best Big Viper because it didn't have all the avionics, so its nose is lighter and I can get it tracking across the horizon easily. Malebranche has flown numerous different versions of the Viper, as well as the F/A-18C Hornet in an exchange tour with the U.S. Navy. When asked by John M. Dibbs and Lieutenant Col. Robert Cricket Brenner for their book Viper Force 56th Fighter Wing to fly and fight the F-16 about flying the Viper against various dissimilar aircraft, he said, the F-16 is still very capable versus the F-15 or F-22. The FAIA East F Super Hornet is nowhere close to the Viper's thrust.
For anybody who's a trucker, I don't know if you noticed, I intentionally slowed down to help this guy get by me faster, so I don't have a needless conflict with him when my lane was going to end. Yeah, he's speeding a little bit, but that's not my problem. Let him do what he's got to do. I'd rather have him out in front of me doing this speeding than riding my ass like he was. That's trucker etiquette 101. Let your fellow driver go by you when you're on these two-lane roads. If there's an opportunity for him to pass you, let him get by you. Well, it won't slow you down. It won't kill you at all to back off by about 5 miles an hour, just long enough for them to get by you, and then speed back up once they're past you. I do the same thing for trucks that are marginally faster than me on interstates and trying to pass me. Alright. Let's get to the end of this.
The
article.
FAIA
It's almost done
East
now.
F Super Hornet is nowhere close to the Viper's thrust to weight. We can climb 3,000 feet above the Hornet, then bunt over to put him in the HUD for a gunshot. The Viper is a rate fighter, whereas Hornet guys like to point and keep on pointing. Summing up, despite the aircrew's opinions, we have to remember that a lot of success in dogfight has to do with the pilot's ability to maximize the jet's capability. Reiterating one of Top Gun's main teaching points, which is credited to the Red Baron himself, it's not the crate, but the man sitting in it. F-16 Viper t-shirt available in our store. Click here to get yours. Photo credit Corporal Andy Hurt, U.S. Air Force. Article 311 of 326.
10 miles to go now to Newton.
Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Have you ever confronted a driver who takes 2 parking spaces?
Okay, so I got a passing zone coming up 2 miles from now. I have another truck coming up behind me. It's a safe distance back, but I know that he's been gaining on me. So when I get to the passing zone, I'm gonna let him go by me. Doesn't bother me at all to just back off a little bit. I'm in no hurry at all. I'm gonna be way early on my load. The more space I have around me in all directions, the safer I'm gonna be too. following at a really nice, reasonable distance. Passing by K89 now. Newton is 8 miles away. Looks like he slowed down a little bit. Yeah, I'm not sure he's going to catch me fast enough with this passing zone here. That's the downfall, though, is if he wants to get around me, he needs to be closer to me and stay closer. Not necessarily be right in my ass, but be close enough where he can accelerate into the passing area here. Alright, let's hear this article now.
Jeffrey Cotham, former retired Master Sergeant at U.S. Army, 1974-1995. Updated February 25, 2020. Author has 279 answers and 731.3k answer views. Oh wow. I will do one better. When I was a patrol officer, we got a complaint about someone having 2 cars parked in a driveway but over the sidewalk. These cars were parked at the entrance to the driveway close to the street and completely blocking the sidewalk. The sidewalk is a public thoroughfare and one can be fined for blocking it. It seems that an elderly couple called because the cars were always blocking the sidewalk when they went walking in the evening. It was rather difficult for them to get around the cars. The call card said the elderly couple had asked the owner of the cars to move them several times, but he refused. My partner and I were working evening shift and it was about 6:30 p.m. when we got the call. We got to the address and we knocked on the door and asked to see the owner who called but really did know. I asked the guy if he could move the cars. He said that he always parked his cars there and he would not move them. I told him that I would give him a chance to move them, but if he didn't, both cars would be cited at a cost of $100 each. I told him that he would not get any warning the next time we came. We got off at 2 a.m. so we went by the house about midnight. Lo and behold, the cars had not been moved. I wrote a parking citation for each of the cars. The next day I got a call at the station from the guy whose cars got cited. He said he thought it was wrong that his cars were cited. I told him he was given the choice to move them but did not move them. I then told him I would see him in court and I hung up. I am all about chances, but this guy did not respond to the chance he was given. His arrogance bit him in the ass. His arrogance did not trump the rights of an elderly couple's right to walk down a sidewalk. He made a choice and it cost him a couple of $100.
Idiots.
We went by there from time to time to see if those cars were blocking the sidewalk. That guy must have learned that when he is given a chance, he might want to take it. I never saw those cars blocking that sidewalk ever again. 22.1k views. View 1.7k upvoters. View sharers. About the author. Jeffrey Cotham. Retired police sergeant, former IAD, criminal investigator. Former patrol sergeant at El Paso Police Department 1998-2018. MPA Public Administration and Public Sector Human Resources, John Jay College of Criminal Justice, graduated 1994. Lives in El Paso, TX 1982 present. 785.5k content views, 92.1k this month. Active in 11 spaces. View 26 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app.
Less than 5 miles from Newton now.
Article 312 of 326. Skip to contact.
Anybody just tuning in, like Peter, how you doing? I'm on US 50 eastbound in Kansas, in between Hutchinson, Kansas and Newton, Kansas. Newton would be right where US 50 intersects with Interstate 135. 135 comes up to the north from Wichita, up to Salina. Next 2 exits. Come on by me. there. I'm gonna need the left lane eventually though here. I don't need it yet, but I will need it to, cause I gotta get out the northbound 135 and use it for about a couple miles, and then I'll get back off to stay on 50 eastbound. 50 again, like I am. So I'll assume that I don't want to get in front of him and have to deal with him trying to pass me again. I don't need to. And Emporia, half mile. Discover our wild side. I-70 West to exit 244. Visit Salina and Kansas.org. Salina Fast or whatever. See, both the truck here in front of me and the one that's been following me we're all going the same way, so tells you how popular this route is for trucks. Lane 2 miles from here. I got a red pickup coming up back there on the on-ramp. Looks like he's yielding like he should be. Alright, Peabody 15 miles out, Florence 26, and Emporia 71. So just over an hour out now. Looks like 9:15. I'd say about 9:20 local time. Be about the ballpark when I'll be getting into Emporia. Something else, good practice, remember, when you're on a 2-lane road like you are, see what's going on with these cars coming the other way. Most of them have their headlights on. I have mine on and I'm leaving them on as long as I'm on a 2-lane road. It's always a good idea. That way if you get people trying to pass somebody else, they're for the that you're coming. Hey there. So you must be getting ready for work. Truck to catch me here, but I'm sure on the next passing area he might want to go by. What is my daughter doing? Is she being good? Is she ready for transferring 200 over to Ameritrade later, okay? Yeah, this truck is, this brown Freightliner behind me definitely looks more like he's interested in passing when he gets a chance. He's not right on my ass, but he's definitely closer than he was before. Definitely in a better position to pass me with, I'll tell you that. Happy. I got nobody behind me. I can run the speed I want to run, not worry about anybody else. He can do what he wants to do. The other truck up there can do what he wants to do. Nobody's bunched up. It's a safer environment for everybody, too. Looks like Northeast Lake Road, or whatever it says, the Hillsboro, or whatever. Shortly after you move, see them shoot right back up without you. North Harvest Hill, I just passed.
Skip to content. Special offer, 12 weeks, 99 advertisement. U.S. News. Man who raped his fiancée's dog to death will serve 60 days in an Oregon jail by Brian Nemitz. New York Daily News, April 10, 2019, 6:40 p.m. Angry that his fiancée hadn't yet come home, Fidel Lopez sexually assaulted a Lopso Apso mix named Estella, which belonged to the woman.
What the hell wrong
A sick
with that
puppy
guy?
in Oregon raped his fiancée's dog with such brutality that the animal had to be euthanized due to its internal injuries.
What the hell?
Frustrated that his fiancée hadn't yet come home, Fidel Lopez sexually assaulted her dog Estrella, according to Oregon Live.
Sick bastard.
Advertisement
What the fuck's
sponsored.
wrong with you?
This app will change the way you podcast by Stitcher Podcast app. See more. The dog's owner said when she finally returned to her house, she found the poor Lopso Apso cowering behind a sofa with blood on its hindquarters. She rushed the dog to an animal hospital, where the suffering animal was euthanized due to the severity of its injuries. Because Lopez had allegedly exposed himself to the dog in the past and creepily suggested his fiancée get a bigger pup, the dog's grieving owner asked authorities to test the dog for sexual assault. A DNA test reportedly confirmed the woman's suspicions about her twisted fiancé. Lopez told investigators he'd been drinking on November 18, 2018 when he raped a female Lhasa Apso, like this one.
Of course. there's
The
always gotta
Tibetan-bred
be a
dog
touch
trained to
alcohol
guard
involved
sleeping
too,
monks
right?
weighs up to 15 lbs. High stock, Lopez, 52, told investigators he'd been drinking on November 18, 2018, when he raped the female Lhasa Apso. The Tibetan-bred dog, trained to guard sleeping monks, weighs up to 15 lbs. Most read. 3 relatives arrested after 11-year-old girl gives birth in bathtub and her brother admits raping her 100 times.
What the
MTA
hell?
denies NYC subway operator family leave after his wife gives birth to stillborn child. Bronx woman dies after beatdown over not letting stranger into bank ATM vestibule. The dog rapist's lawyer Joe Calhoun claimed his client was owning up to a mistake he made and accepts that responsibility. Advertisement play video. The judge presiding over Lopez's case regretted he could only give the perp 60 days for first-degree animal abuse and sexual assault of an animal. That sentence amounts to roughly 2.5 dog years. If it could have been more, I gladly would have given you more time, the judge reportedly said. The only word Lopez said upon being sentenced was, okay. She was a legendary actress, today she works 9 to 5 definition. Pipe. Sponsored. Here's the thing casinos don't want you to know. Download on Google Play, Caesars Slots. Sponsored. Her belly keeps growing, doctor sees scan and calls cops. HOUSEDIVER. Pipe. Sponsored NY Daily News. See it. Barack, Michelle Obama celebrate Valentine's Day with sweet social media posts. Jamie Gans. Baltimore Sun. Notorious drug kingpin Peanut King returns home after 37 years in prison. Walk-in bathtubs could be the new bathroom trend of 2020. Walk-in tubs, search at.
Okay, there's something more on this thing that. Down it. It's just hard to find. Alright. That's freaking disgusting. What the hell's wrong with people? Drunk or not, that's just stupid. It's sick. It seriously pisses me off, too.
involve people who are under the influence of alcohol or drugs, and a lot of those incidents, I have to question if they ever would have happened if the person was never under the influence of anything. I'm sure some of them would hit him, or would still happen regardless. You know, because sometimes it's people just already having the thoughts as it was, and then getting the liquid courage or the drugs or whatever to give them the courage to do whatever they want to do, but no, they shouldn't. And others, I'm sure, just don't even really know what the hell they're doing because they get all stupid, wasted or whatever, and have no idea what they're even doing. Either way, they're responsible for their actions. I think people who get busted for anything alcohol related, doesn't matter if it's drunk driving or what that guy got busted for, or domestic abuse or whatever, being drunk in public, should be required to have one of them there are like ankle monitors that can actually detect if a person's been drinking. Maybe make them wear those for a certain amount of time or whatever, depending on what the charge is. Force them to wear it for whatever amount of time, and force them to live sober. I'm not sure there's anything that could kept that from happening. Sound like the guy's just a sick fucking has issues regardless.
Article 313 of 326. 6 suspects, some armed and clad in body armor, arrested after home robbery in Victorville, Pasadena. Star News, yesterday.
Good.
5 people from Southern California and 1 from Northern California were arrested on suspicion of robbery on Sunday in a Victorville neighborhood, and officials said some of the suspects were wearing body armor and some were armed with stolen guns. Deputies responded to a house in the 17,600 block of Fisher Street in Victorville at around 1:50 a.m. on Sunday in response to a reported forced entry and robbery, according to the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. The department said deputies saw 6 people leaving the location in 3 vehicles. Those vehicles were eventually stopped and all the suspects, some of whom were wearing body armor, were arrested. Inside the vehicles and along the path taken by the suspects, deputies recovered several firearms, additional body armor, other weapons and the cash and money orders taken from the victims, the sheriff's department said in a statement. The victims were only identified by authorities as 2 men. Those arrested were UK Chen, 33, and Weidong Li, 27, both of San Gabriel, Duncheng Zheng, 37, of Monterey Park, and Louis, 34, of Redondo Beach, Jaxi Chen, 20, of Temple City, and Bio Chen, 30, of San Leandro in Alameda County. All except Louis were arrested on suspicion of carrying a stolen loaded firearm and conspiracy to commit a crime. Louis was arrested on suspicion of burglary. All 6 were arrested on suspicion of robbery. All except Louis and Zheng were released on bail on Monday and Tuesday. Louis and Zheng were booked into the Adelanto Detention Center, Zheng with a bail of $200,000 and Louis with a bail of $100,000. Article 314 of 326. U.S. home price growth picks up for 5th consecutive month. Home prices in the U.S. ended 2019 on a high note. Standard & Poor's said Tuesday that its S&P CoreLogic Case-Shiller National Home Price Index posted a 3.8% annual gain in December, up from 3.5% a month earlier in the 5th month of home price growth acceleration. The 20-city composite posted a 2.9% annual gain, beating analyst estimates of 2.8%, according to Bloomberg.
Derailment that happened here.
The 20-city composite is up from 2.5% in November. December's results bring the national composite index to a 3.8% increase for calendar 2019. This marks 8 consecutive years of increasing housing prices, an increase which is echoed in our 10 and 20-city composites, said Craig J. Latsara, Managing Director and Global Head of Index Investment Strategy at S&P Dow Jones Indices. At the national level, home prices are 59% above the trough reached in February 2012 and 15% above their pre-financial crisis peak. Results for 2019 were broad-based, with gains in every city in our 20-city composite. Read more, Buying a Home, Everything You Need to Know. A nationwide housing shortage is pushing up prices. Total housing inventory at the end of January totaled 1.42 million units, the lowest level since 1999, according to the National Realtors Association. Inventory is down 10.7% from a year ago. Home sales have been trending higher and inventory remains low, signaling strong home price appreciation momentum, said BofA Securities in a recent note. A recent Redfin survey of brokers reported intense competition among home buyers for listed properties for sale since the beginning of 2020. Low mortgage rates have brought buyers back to the housing market, but a lack of listings means buyers are having to compete with one another to secure a sale and lock in a mortgage rate, said Daryl Fairweather, Redfin chief economist, in a press statement. This competition pushes up prices, which means that even though buyers can get a good deal on a mortgage now, they are often paying a higher sticker price.
About 45 miles
For the
down now
seventh
from
consecutive
Emporia.
month, Phoenix topped the 20-city composite, posting a 6.5% year-over-year price gain, the highest among all the cities. Charlotte and Tampa followed, reporting a 5.3% and 5.2% annual gain, respectively. 12 of the 20 cities reported an acceleration in price increases in December. Amanda Fung is an editor at Yahoo Finance. Read the latest financial and business news from Yahoo Finance. Read more. Home price growth accelerated for 4th straight month. The hottest housing market of 2019. Why mortgage delinquencies are at a 12-year low. Homebuyers think a recession will hit by 2022, survey. Follow Yahoo Finance on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Flipboard, Smart.
Home mortgage delinquencies at a 12-year low. There's a reason for that. People have generally better credit now, and the fact that they have jobs and people are not losing their jobs. They're probably getting wage growth too, has a lot to do with it. When they're staying low like that, it's a sign of a healthy economy. That's not a sign of an economy that's getting ready to turn over into a recession. Price growth also is another sign that there's healthy demand for homes. There's healthy demand for homes because people are earning more, are earning a good living and want to buy. Those are positives.
Article 315 of 326. Uber Eats head steps down as company focuses on making meal deliveries profitable. New York, CNN Business, Uber Eats is getting a new boss as the company works to continue growing its meal delivery service without bleeding as much money. Its core ride-hailing business, announced Tuesday that he is stepping down from his role as head of Eats. Dara Khosrowshahi, he said, North America will take over Droge's role. According to a company filing, Droge will be available until June to help with the transition. As Eats moves into its next phase of more profitable growth, I am happy to have Pierre at the helm, and look forward to him applying his nearly 8 years of experience with our rides business to capture the many opportunities that lie ahead for Eats, Khosrowshahi said in the filing about the leadership change. Uber CEO says, era of growth. Uber has struggled to win over investors about the company dollars in 2019. On Uber's most recent earnings call in February, Khosrowshahi said the company recognizes that the era at all costs is over. The push for profitable growth at Eats echoes that reality. Read more. Eats has been viewed as a bright spot in Uber's business, but also one that investors are carefully watching given how competitive the food delivery marketplace is. Some competitors in the U.S. include Postmates, DoorDash, and Grubhub, and how businesses compete on driving down prices to win customers. During the most recent quarter, revenue from Eats grew 68% from a year earlier to $734 million, but the division posted losses of $461 million. Khosrowshahi added on the most recent earnings call that Eats provides playbook allocations to a local competitor, Zomato, in an all-stock deal. On the call, Khosrowshahi called those decisions recent examples of our strategic discipline. Article 316 of 326. Americans should prepare for coronavirus crisis in U.S., CDC says. Top U.S. public health that Americans should prepare for the spread of the across the country. It's not so much a question of if this will happen anymore, but rather more a question of exactly when this will happen and how in this country will have severe illness. Dr. Nancy Messonnier, the head of the National Center for Immunization and Respiratory Diseases at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, said during a media briefing Tuesday. Download the NBC News app for breaking news. Your pressing coronavirus questions answered. China, the center of the outbreak, and isolating identification terms of service. In the U.S., 57 people have been diagnosed with COVID-19. The CDC said Americans should prepare for the possibility of disruptions to their daily lives if the virus were to start spreading in the U.S. That could include closing schools, working from home, and delaying elective medical procedures. CDC warns Americans prepare for coronavirus. Feb. 25 200 2001 44. We should all be dusting off our pandemic preparedness plans and rehearse them very quickly, said Dr. William Schaffner, an infectious disease specialist at Vanderbilt University. The core concept is social distancing. Business leaders, Schaffner said, should start considering which employees could work from home. Perhaps the time will come, he and other experts said, to observe religious practices and ceremonies at home, rather than attend larger community gatherings at places of worship. And families should start asking themselves how they would handle a week or two at home, without traveling even short distances for food, medicine, or entertainment. Coronaviruses tend to spread from person to person through coughs and sneezes. Staying at least 6 feet from other people is thought to minimize the risk. In a news conference later Tuesday, Health and Human Services Secretary Alex Azar said, the immediate risk to the general American public remains low. But, as we have warned, that has the potential to change quickly. The fact that we have been able to keep cases to this low level is an accomplishment, especially given that we are, unfortunately, beginning to see community spread in a growing number of other countries, Azar said. Travel restrictions enacted in early February have played a role in keeping cases down in the U.S., he said, adding that there are no plans to ease the restrictions at this time. The community spread in countries outside China, however, is deeply concerning, he said. Related. Health. What's known and unknown about how the new coronavirus spreads. In China, aggressive measures to stop the spread of the coronavirus appear to be working. The declining rate of new cases in China indicates that the virus can be contained, said Dr. Bruce Aylward, the leader of a World Health Organization team of scientists who investigated the crisis in China. But if other countries are to control the spread of the virus, they need to act quickly to find cases as soon as possible. There needs to be a real shift in mindset, Aylward said. This virus will show up. Think the virus is going to show up tomorrow. Hospitals need to prepare for potential spread by focusing on resources that would count most in keeping the most vulnerable patients alive, hospital beds that are isolated from others, ventilators to help people breathe, and an adequate supply of protective equipment for healthcare workers, including gowns, masks and gloves. The Trump administration asked Congress this week for $2.5 billion to combat and contain spread of coronavirus. The money would, in part, go toward expanding public health surveillance systems to pick up any unusual respiratory illnesses, as well as testing for the new coronavirus, which is currently done at the CDC for the most part. Much of it would also go toward development of a coronavirus vaccine. Clinical trials could begin at the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases within weeks. Follow NBC Health on Twitter and Facebook. Erica Edwards. Erica Edwards is the health and medical news writer and reporter for NBC News and Today. Article 317 of 326. Amazon Go grocery store opens in Seattle with no cashiers. Amazon on Tuesday unveiled a new supermarket prototype that relies more on technology than human workers, a controversial, job-killing business model that CEO Jeff Bezos had dismissed as nutty 3 years ago. The 10,400 square foot Amazon Go grocery store in Seattle's Capitol Hill neighborhood uses cameras and sensors to detect which products customers pick off the shelves, allowing shoppers to pay for a bag full of groceries without the help of a cashier. The new store has 5 times as much shopping space as the Amazon Go stores that first opened in January 2018, which are typically around 2,000 square feet. The Post first reported in February 2017 that Amazon was developing a supermarket-sized version of its Amazon Go shops. The story, citing sources, said the 2-story concept would have robots grabbing and bagging goods on the top floor while shoppers picked up items such as produce, meats and booze on the ground floor. At the time, insiders said Amazon was aiming to open stores that could operate with between 3 and 10 employees. Bezos had lashed out at the Post story in a rare Twitter post, saying the paper's sources had mixed up their meds. On Tuesday, an Amazon spokesman tried to explain Bezos's denial by saying the new store will have dozens of employees to help stock shelves and answer shoppers' questions. It's both incorrect and misleading to suggest that Amazon destroys jobs. The fact is that no other US-based company has created more jobs than Amazon, the company said in a statement. In the US alone, Amazon has created over 500,000 jobs for people with all types of experience, education, and skill levels. Amazon jobs, including at Go stores, come with great compensation and benefits, including our $15 minimum wage that is more than twice the national minimum wage. Nevertheless, the new prototype raised hackles from the United Food and Commercial Workers Union, which cast it as part of a business strategy designed to destroy millions of grocery worker jobs. At a time when millions of Americans are already struggling, when most Americans are one paycheck away from disaster, what does it say that Bezos wants to create stores that serve food and groceries and eliminate the jobs real people need? Union President Mark Peroni said in a statement. Ad. Up next, close. Joe Burrow won't pull an Eli Manning on Bengals, I'm going to show up. Indianapolis, Joe Burrow is coming out of fake retirement. 0. View slideshow. Back continue. Share this. Facebook. Twitter.
I got 30 miles to go now to Emporia.
Email. Copy. Advertisement. February 25, 2020. A 10,000 to 20,000 square foot supermarket typically employs between 60 and 70 workers, according to David Marcotte, Senior Vice President at Kantar Consulting. Amazon's new, high-tech supermarket in Seattle is just about a mile from the company's corporate headquarters. After scanning a code from the Amazon Go app at the entrance, shoppers will be able to pick up veggies, meats, bread and other grocery staples and walk out before the app charges their credit cards and sends a receipt. It is now obvious that Jeff Bezos made an error in tweeting his "off their meds" response to the robot store story in the New York Post, said Britton Ladd, a former Amazon executive and supply chain consultant. Amazon will leverage technology wherever possible to increase the customer experience and reduce costs. At the time, sources said Amazon's grocery stores aim to eventually achieve operating margins north of 20%, a figure Bezos mocked at the time. Nevertheless, with the help of robotics, stores have the potential to achieve up to 20% margins on certain categories, and double-digit margins on almost all categories, according to Ladd. Amazon's prototype unveiled Tuesday doesn't have robots shuttling products from the back room to store shelves to replenish stock, but the 20,000 square foot store it's planning to open in Woodland Hills, Calif, will have these robots, Marcotte says. Amazon made an aggressive move into the grocery market when it purchased the upscale supermarket chain Whole Foods for $13.7 billion in 2017. The company has also offered its Prime members free 2-hour grocery delivery through Whole Foods and its Amazon Fresh service.
I assume it is,
But Amazon reportedly does not mean for its standalone supermarket to supplant Whole Foods, and there are currently no plans to bring the Just Walk Out technology to the chain. The company also had to adjust its technology to the fact that grocery shoppers often inspect fruits and veggies before deciding which ones to buy. See something you want, grab it off the shelf and pack your bag or cart as you shop. Change your mind, put it back, no problem, Amazon says on a website for the store. There's a lot more interaction that tends to happen with produce than with a can of soda, said Dilip Kumar, Amazon's vice president of physical retail and technology. For now, what we are focused on is this concept and see what customers think of it, and go from there, Kumar told the tech news website Recode on a tour of the Seattle store. Share this. Facebook, Twitter, Flipboard, WhatsApp, email, copy. Article 318 of 326. Supreme Court says parents can't sue U.S. Border Patrol agent who fatally shot teenage son in Mexico. Washington, CNN, the Supreme Court said Tuesday that the parents of a Mexican youth who was shot to death in Mexico by a U.S. Border Patrol agent standing on American soil cannot try to sue the agent in U.S. courts for damages.
Okay, we already heard this one.
The ruling is a win for the agent and the United States government, who argued the case should not be allowed to go forward. The decision will make it harder for individuals to sue federal officers when their constitutional rights are violated. The 5-4 ruling came down Article 319 of 326. 6 suspects, some armed and clad in body armor, arrested after home robbery in Victorville, Pasadena. Star News, yesterday. 5 people from Southern California and 1 from Northern California were arrested on suspicion of robbery on Sunday in a Victorville neighborhood, and official.
We already heard that one.
Article 320 of 326. Prison Talk, Quora. Quora. Open in sign in. Prison Talk. Q. Prison Talk. Discussion about prison, what it's really like and related topics. Main. Questions. People. Prison never really leaves you. Garland Ragland, criminal justice and prison reform advocate. Admin posted 20h ago. I thought I'd share this story. I've been out of prison almost 6 years now. I feel like I'm as completely adjusted back into society as I'm going to get in prison. Feels like a strange dream some days. But today I had a small reminder that prison never really leaves you. I was at the gym. Now my gym is a small gym, so everything is a tight squeeze. I was going some elevated push-ups with dumbbells as props in an area between the leg press and a squat rack. On the wall there is where they hang the weight belts. So I was taking a break from a set and this guy just walks right between me and my weights without saying anything and grabs a weight belt. He didn't say, "Excuse me," he didn't say, "Do you mind if I grab a weight belt real quick?" or anything. And a feeling came over me that I soon realized would have never come over me before prison. I felt disrespected. I found myself wanting to say something to him about him being disrespectful. He was bigger than me, so I found myself looking around and plotting ways to use things around me as weapons. I wondered if anyone else saw what happened, and if so, would they now think any less of me and that they could disrespect me at will. These were all prison mentality boiling back to the surface. Thankfully, I just took a breath and let it go. But it was a stark reminder that prison never really leaves you. 176 views, view 24 upvoters. Adding comments disabled. Please log in to add a comment. Blade Blaze. 4H ago. 05 was my last time and I still find myself feeling as OP. States. If I go to a restaurant, I am scanning and planning my exit and how I am least vulnerable in each seat that's empty and choose my seat accordingly. And if someone gets in my personal bubble, it's like they punched me dead in my mouth. Yeah, it still haunts me in these and several other ways. View collapsed comments. Open an app. Article 321 of 326. With Weinstein's conviction, was #MeToo a success? The 360 shows you diverse perspectives on the day's top stories and debates. What's happening? Harvey Weinstein was convicted of criminal sexual assault and third-degree rape in a New York courtroom on Monday. He was acquitted of the most serious charges: predatory sexual assault and first-degree rape. Weinstein was one of Hollywood's most powerful producers until 2017, when reports in The New Yorker and New York Times detailed accounts from dozens of women who said women. Weinstein's case was the inciting event that turned the #MeToo movement, which was started more than a decade earlier by activist Tarana Burke, into a national phenomenon that toppled a long list of prominent and powerful men who had been accused of various forms of misconduct. Why there's debate. For many, Weinstein's conviction is a signal of the seismic shifts that have happened because of the #MeToo movement. For a powerful man like Weinstein to face not just personal and professional consequences but also legal ones, shows how far views on sexual assault have been reshaped in just a few years. Some legal analysts say the case also represents an important evolution in the minds of prosecutors and juries about sexual assault cases, which are often difficult to convict because of limited physical evidence and attacks on the accuser's credibility. Others caution about reading too much into the conviction of a single person, especially given the severity of allegations against Weinstein. The forces that allowed Weinstein to get away with his behavior for so long, though perhaps weakened by #MeToo, are still largely intact, they argue. Weinstein's case was unique in many ways: a high-profile suspect, accusations from famous actresses, an intense media frenzy. It may be naive to expect the impact of this trial to carry over to a typical sexual assault case in which none of these elements are present. What's next? Weinstein was custody on 4 counts of sexual assault in a convicting Weinstein. Was that all of us need to update our image of the rapist? Weinstein was a monster, but he wasn't the stranger in the bushes monster. He was the monster in the office, the hotel or the dorm, the one who is capable of committing rape in the context of ongoing relationships. For the jury to have understood this, and convicted Weinstein, is an important turning point. Jeffrey Abramson, Los Angeles Times. It's about more than #MeToo. It's a mistake to credit this sea change solely to #MeToo. A cultural shift this profound takes more than 2 or 3 years. It happened because of the hundreds of rape survivors who pushed back constantly and loudly against rape culture norms. Sadie Doyle, NBC News. The conviction could inspire more women to come forward. Although it was a mixed verdict, it could encourage more victims of sexual assault to pursue justice in the courtroom. Rape is notoriously underreported, partly because victims fear they won't be believed and will be re-traumatized. Patricia Hurtado, Bloomberg. It's a sign of the power women are gaining in many realms. Women are finally realizing that they have the political power to change what's happening in this country on a whole host of issues. Cecile Richards, MSNBC. The systems that sheltered Weinstein still stand. I think what Me Too has done is expose these really insidious power structures, and though I'm glad to see the man who sat atop one of those structures held accountable, I do feel like the whole structure is basically intact still. Callie Busman, The Cut. Men may be more hesitant to commit assault. The most important change will be found in what we cannot measure, all the crimes that don't happen because would-be perpetrators fear the consequences, now that there are consequences. Rebecca Solnit, New York Times. The justice system alone can't end violence against women. Weinstein repeatedly harmed women with non-consensual or exploitative sex, and the verdict against him recognizes this harm. But we should be wary of thinking that we can prosecute and jail our way out of sexual violence. Aya Gruber and Cynthia Godso, New York Daily News. The case shows how extraordinary it is for accusation. The fact that only 2 of them have obtained any semblance of justice in the criminal system is a reminder of how staggeringly difficult it is for women and other survivors of sexual abuse in 360. Send your suggestions to the 360@yahoonews.com. Read more 360s.
To say anything about it helps their situation either, though. You can't say if Alright, V as in Victor Road just passed. About 15 miles out now from Emporia. Just starting to catch up to me now.
Police backquote critical incident at Molson Coors in Milwaukee. Milwaukee, AP, an employee opened fire Wednesday at one of the 5 fellow workers before taking his. There were 5 individuals who went to work today, just like everybody goes to work, and they thought they were going. Details about the shooter or how the shooting lives as of early evening. No one was wounded beyond those who were killed, authorities said. Police Chief Alfonso Morales said authorities believe the shooter operated alone and that the threat was over. President Donald Trump addressed the shooting before speaking at the White House about steps his administration is taking to combat the coronavirus. Molson Coors CEO Gavin Hattersley called the shooter an active brewery employee. Unfortunately, I am devastated to share that we lost 5 other members of our family in this tragic incident, he said in an email sent to employees. There are no words to express the deep sadness many of us are feeling right now. He said the office would be closed the rest of the week and the brewery shuttered for the time being to give people time to cope. A group of brewery employees gathered at a nearby bar to talk about what had happened. We are all a family. We work a lot of hours together, so we're all very sad, said Selena Kirka, a brewery employee who was about to start her shift when the complex went on lockdown and turned. It's a tight-knit family. Within the brewery, Milwaukee Journal Sentinel that his wife, LaSonia Ragdales, works at Molson Coors in the claims department. She was texting from inside the facility. Husband Valley features a 160-year-old brewery, with a packaging center that fills thousands of cans and bottles every minute and a distribution center the size of 5 football fields. A sign tower. The facility is also home to corporate customer service, finance, human resources and engineering. Tours take people to under caves where beer was windows, and an outdoor beer garden that can hold 300 people. Molson Coors announced in October that it planned to close a Denver office as part of a restructuring to eliminate 400. Before Wednesday's shooting, there had been 3 mass killings nationwide in 2020, with 12 total victims. All have been shootings. In 2019, there were 44 mass killings, with 224 total victims. The Associated Press, USA Today, Northeastern University Mass Killings Database tracks all U.S. homicides since 2006 involving 4 or more people killed, not including the offender, over 24 hours regardless of weapon, location, victim-offender relation, in a shootout with police. The worst mass shooting in the area in the past 20 years was in 2005, when 7 people were killed and 4 wounded at a church service field, a suburb. The shooter killed himself. Shortly before word of the brewery shooting broke, the Journal Sentinel reported that Republican Senate Majority Leader Scott Fitzgerald told reporters in suburban Franklin that state gun laws would not be changing despite a push by Gov. Tony Evers, a Democrat, to do so. Evers called lawmakers into special session late last year to consider expanding background checks and allowing guns to be taken from people deemed a threat. But the Republican-controlled legislature adjourned without action. Fitzgerald later called the shootings an act of evil, according to the Sentinel. _____. Associated Press writers Dave Kolpak in Fargo, North Dakota, Megan Hoyer in Washington, Scott Orr and Todd Molson was the name of the company to Molson Coors Brewing Co. instead of Miller Coors. 23. A global outbreak of the new virus, COVID-19, has put a stick in the spokes of many supply chains that rely on China's manufacturing. However, some companies may be in a slightly better position than they otherwise might have due to the China-US trade war, a major market narrative since January 2018 when President Trump announced additional tariffs on Chinese imports. Because of the protracted trade war, some U.S. companies sought to get shipments out of China ahead of previously scheduled tariffs, according to a note from Wells Fargo Securities. U.S. President Donald Trump. The trade war between the two countries led business to be prepared for Chinese supply chain disruptions. AP photo, Susan Walsh file. Their goods and got them shipped out faster than usual. What this means is that some firms, with their higher than usual inventory levels, could have more time to source other manufacturing options if China's manufacturing sector doesn't recover quickly enough. Wells Fargo's securities research team noted this is cold comfort for the computer and electronics sector, however, which is still very China-based, as finding another country to manufacture could be challenging. For instance, earlier this month Apple warned investors that it doesn't expect to meet the revenue guidance provided for the March quarter because iPhone production in China was ramping up more slowly than anticipated. Source: Wells Fargo. Furthermore, the trade war pushed many companies to seek to diversify their manufacturing outside of China, giving them possible venues to continue their production and limit supply chain disruption. Last June, Apple AAPL asked suppliers to look into shifting the end stages of assembly from Chinese manufacturing sites. The trade tensions were getting too hot. Some reports pegged the company to potentially move between 15% and 30% of its hardware production. Wells Fargo says that Vietnam, which has been spared so far from the coronavirus, could be a key part of ameliorating disruptions. So far, Vietnam has been the biggest foreign beneficiary in the trade war. Trade data from 2019 suggest U.S. firms moved away from reliance on China with Vietnam, the note says. The production shift may cushion the blow for U.S. manufacturers that in the past might have relied solely on China. Source: Wells Fargo. A furniture company, Adidas, Samsung, and others are among the companies that have embraced Vietnam as a China hedge. Still, China is a whole lot bigger than Vietnam, potentially limiting the cushion it can provide. However, there's one interesting catch in play. The research noted there is skepticism that the goods are actually coming from Vietnam, rather than simply serving as a backdoor into the U.S. market for Chinese goods. The increase in Vietnamese production is bigger than the next two combined, Taiwan and Netherlands. But if the bulk of these Vietnamese goods are really coming from Vietnam and not China, and data suggests at least some are, that's good news for global supply chains. Ethan Wolfman is a writer at Yahoo Finance focusing on consumer issues, personal finance, retail, airlines, and more. Follow him on Twitter at @uwolfman. 19 companies where the CEO makes 1,000x the median employee's salary. The government is finally cracking down on companies that enable robocalls. Stolen credit card info on the dark web tripled in 6 months. How an insured pro athlete ended up with $250,000 in medical debt. The first thing to do after you're involved in a hack, according to experts. Snake oil salesman, 2 neurologists respond to the CBD craze. Read the latest financial and business news from Yahoo Finance. Follow Yahoo Finance on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Flipboard, LinkedIn, YouTube, and Reddit. Article 324 of 326. Advertisement. Money corruption. His boss lied to him, stole his wages, and threatened to deport him. Labor trafficking is a crime that exploits the country's most marginalized workers. Yet employers are rarely prosecuted for it. By Caleb Brennan. The 25th of February 2020. Summer of 2017, a Minnesota construction worker named Eric Diaz met Ricardo Baders, a subcontractor who offered him what sounded like a good gig framing multi-family homes. The job was supposed to include perks like private living quarters, health insurance, and $20.
I'm going to turn that off for now. Because no more than about a mile away from the flying J now. As soon as I get on the other side of that overpass, it'll be right there on the right side. Side is the Flying J. So I'm going to stop here for my 30 and so I can get a shower and give myself whatever option I want at the end of my shift. Damn it. Stop. Well, it takes so freaking ridiculously little for that damn water jug not to fall over. I see another JCT back there in the back row. I could do poultry right there next to Tyson, but I don't want to. Then I have this other issue, this car hauler here. That should be alright. Spots here, I think. Get turned around and now I get turned around and park on one of those and good to go. Park over here by this what is this, Covenant or whatever it says. Yeah, it is Covenant. 43 293 miles logged so far. It's chilly here now. Man, it's 40 degrees. And the ELD position malfunction has occurred. There's no driver action occurred at this time. Well, good, because I'm not going to do anything anyway. Not my fault your damn software can't do its job. Alright. You just passed my friend with camper, I think Suburban or old Ford truck. What you mean? You literally just saw him on the road or something, or I just passed by where he lives, or what? All right. Well, let's see. All right. I'm gonna end the stream and run in and go get my shower. And when I'm ready to roll again, I'll go ahead and start another stream up that'll go from here probably to, it'll be somewhere around Des Moines. I don't know it'll be Des Moines itself. I may check up early, or I may go past Des Moines. I don't know. Don't really think I'll stop actually in Des Moines. I might, but I don't think I will. So, yeah, like I say, I want to shower here. That way I have the option of stop where I want to stop later, whether it be a mom and pop place or somewhere other than the Pilot and Flying J, where I might have maybe a food option that I'm more interested in or something along that line. So that's why I'm doing this. It just kind of always share my thought process for, you know, people who are, you know, also in the trucking community and just want to know what my, you know, my logic is or whatever, or the way, you know, my thought processes, anything that can help them out. Alright, well, anyway, like I say, I'm going to go ahead and shut this stream down, and like I said, I'll be back in about a little over probably about half an hour, somewhere in that ballpark, and I'll get another stream fired up, and we'll see you guys all then, alright? Alright, thanks, see you in about half an hour.